Is that your wallet? Or are you just glad to see me?
Both, I hope.
Testing. 1, 2, 3, testing. Oh, broken the microphone again. Seem to do this every stream. Good morning, boys and girls. How we doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Thank you for stopping by nice and early. Yeah, well, I think we need more than a 1, 2, 3 testing, yeah. I think we need more than a 1, 2, 3. How we doing? Welcome in. really dark. It's flipping raining outside. Had to put the lights on indoors. It's crazy time. Still hot though. Still hot. I can't seem to get rid of the heat, but it's still hot. How we all doing? I've what's that? Mr. Goldson zipping past again. Oh no, somebody else. There's we're on the PTR. We're on the PTR. We're going to poke around on the PTR a little bit more today because I want to finish finding out stuff. Oi, this is like peach lemonade. I know it looks like orange juice, but it's peach lemonade. It's actually delicious. Actually delicious. Raining again. Wish we could send some of this weather to France and Spain. Wow, yeah. I saw the 12.1 guide on Discord. Nice job. I have a question on it right away with the new fishing rod. Is it worth going for the Grand Line with the old one? Probably, because it's going to take you a while to get the new one anyway. Although the Grand Line does only... it just gives you double procs. Gives you double procs on treasures. But yeah, I have it on an epic fishing rod already. Now it's one of those. It's your mileage may vary. It's like it's still like 50k. It's pretty expensive. So you can kind of decide for yourself if it's probably I don't know. It depends, right? I don't know how profitable fishing is going to be in 12.1, do I? If you want the Grand Line on it now, sure, go ahead. It does give you double procs on treasures, which is kind of nice. Including the Thalassian bottle things, which contain the new recipes. It will give you double procs on those. So, I mean, it might pay for itself the first day if you get, you know, a couple of recipes. I couldn't really tell you if it's going to be worth, you know, financially, but I've got it. I've done it, so. Kahani with that massive stream streak. And Boggart with the 12 months anniversary sub. Thank you very much. Good morning, good morning. Appreciate that. Let's get things all... I'm still pre-coffee today, so I'm still a little bit kind of like all over the shop. I didn't really have too many plans for today, or even for this week, other than to poke around on the PTR a bit and see what's going on. You can probably tell from my bags, I've actually been doing a reasonable amount of fishing on the PTR, just to try and get a real good grasp of what's going on with it. Because there's definitely attention that needs to be paid to it. And I'm trying... And the emphasis is on trying. I'm trying to get Captain Tocker rep up. I'm ranked 4 out of 5. 3,000-ish rep to go to max it out. And you need full 5 out of 5 to buy the new fishing rod. So, as crazy as this sounds, I've actually been doing my fishing dailies on the PTR. Just to see if before... it goes live, I can get this reputation maxed, just to have a play around and a test with the new fishing rod. Because I also have strong suspicions that it's the new fishing rod that holds the key to one of the new materials. This neutralizing venom clot. I've not been able to find this or gain this at all through probably 10 hours of PTR testing. Cursebound Globe comes from herbing and mining. Easy. It's basically a new moat on just cursed nodes on the new zone. This is easy. Neutralizing Venom Clot, I have not found it for love and for all I've tried. I have not found this neutralizing Venom Clot. And when you look at the tooltip, this is all that remains after neutralizing Venom on the coil dial. Remember that. Neutralizing venom on the coil dial. Take a look at the new fishing rod.
Not the destination.
The new fishing rod. You have this become a snake when underwater in midnight zones, allowing you to breathe underwater and swim rapidly. Fine. Successful fishing attempts in the waters of the coil dial will siphon venom into the coiled huntress. Speak to Seasage Polo to invoke a ritual and turn your venom into coiled filament. This will also alter the rod's appearance. So once you've got the rod and you've siphoned a bunch of venom, you speak to this guy. And presumably when you have the rod, you'll be able to do something with him. And I'm thinking that's when it also gives you that currency and potentially some of that material. Is my last and final guess for what the hell you could need to do to get this new material. But it seems very very, what's the word I'm looking for? Very buried behind fishing dailies. Being buried behind fishing dailies feels like an odd choice to put a material for new, you know, a major material for new crafts. But who knows? Collect 36 pungent leech legs in the serpent's tail. We get 400 rep a day. I'm only getting 400 rep a day. $400 rep a day, and I need 3,000 rep. That's not going to get me there very fast, is it? Now, technically, there are fishing treasures, and these fishing treasures give you 250 rep. Where's it gone? You get 250 rep every fishing treasure you find. And I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 fishing treasures left to get. Which in theory, if I can somehow magically fish up all of the 10 artifacts and Tokka's departed crewmates on the Coiled Isle and get the rep from those, I would in theory have enough rep to be able to like be 5 out of 5 and get the new fishing rod and test it. But I've only been able to find 2 of these, and I don't know if there's more to this than just straight up fishing in the new zone. You have to fish in certain zones or in certain pools or at certain times of the day, or you know. But it is part of like a mini where is it? Treasures of the Damned. Oh, Treasures of the Damned is now no longer part of the mini meta. Interesting. I know that there's some restrictions on how and where you get some of the fish. I figured that much out already. There's supposed to be a fishing event after cursed surges, right? There's meant to be something that happens, yeah. I can't figure out how those work or where they work. Whether it's an upstairs or a downstairs thing. It's possible, yes, that after a cursed surge happens, if it changes part of the zone, you might be able to do a bunch of fishing and get a bunch of those materials. Maybe. All I'll say is, as of so far, I feel like I've pretty extensively tested this zone as much as is capable on a single character account. And it's kind of like I've not found a single one of a brand new material. Which element that confuses me is that it's added to crafted items in quantities that would make you think that it's not very rare, not very scarce, not very valuable. So I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. Using my years of expertise trying to figure this shit out, I'm confused. But let's get these fishing dailies done quickly. I need to actually, I'm still running around in my retail gear, 284 retail gear. It's possible. Now I would say that for the purpose of testing, running around in my retail gear is actually better for testing, because it's more realistic to what's exactly going to be happening when the patch goes live. But I can apparently go and get some cheat gear from vendors in Dornagal, of all places, believe it or not. 320 item level, you can go get yourself a whole new one-time warband bonus, so you can't cheese this on alts.
Oh, my
Unfortunately.
back is killing me. I have great-grandchildren older than you.
No cheesing.
So enjoy a good scroll. Knowledge is power, except for stupid knowledge. Avoid that if you can.
Where did that go? Particularly useful totem that provides several useful boons when navigating treacherous waters. Blood hunters will not attack you when catching them. It grants you water walking, and it decreases your detection range. Well, that's actually kind of handy. But you also simultaneously probably want this Ulatek snakehead lure. Because the Ulatek snakehead is one of the rare fish that goes into the feasts. Hang on, this is serious business. We need coffee. We need coffee. Hello, puppy. I wonder if I should go get myself a set of cheat gear to go and try and do some more fishing in the downstairs part of the zone. Just for, you know, science reasons. I've also got 2 corrosive souls, which can be used to exchange for coins, which will help with farming the downstairs zone thing. Let me go get some cheat gear. I think the cheat gear vendor. I'm 91% completing this. What do we get when I? This will count as a tier 7 world activity for the purpose of the Great Vault. I'll get 2 more corrosive souls. I'll get my venom cursed fragment. I need 2 of these to create a champion venom cursed item. 600 coins as well from completing this. I kind of need to finish that as well. Let's try and get some higher tier gear. Where's me portal? Where's me portal gone? Oh. Oh, culinary specialist. Can I talk to you? Oh, no. Meant to be a portal there. Meant to be a portal there that takes you back to the main city. Maybe because I haven't actually done half of the questing to be here au natural. Since the first time I cleaned this zone of quests was like in the first week of the PTR. I wonder if there's random odds and ends that I still don't have access to, weirdly. Am I the only one who's starting to feel like WoW's becoming too complicated to play? Everything needs a guide or a walkthrough. You can't even just go fishing anymore. I mentioned this earlier. I was lurking in Goldson's stream this morning, but while I was setting up stream and turning my PC on and everything, and he mentioned something similar. My response was, "This game is made. This game is literally made by number nerds." entirely made by number nerds. And there's not a single UX, UI designer for Blizzard, I swear. Well, there's some UI designers. They have actually changed the friends list, believe it or not. They've changed the friends list interface a little bit, but yeah, as far as the level of complication goes for nearly everything, it's pretty high, I'm not gonna lie. Right, well, half my way back. I can come back here in a minute. The cheap vendors are for some reason in Dornagal. Because that makes a lot of sense. Brain, think. How do I even get, we go Ogrimmar. I don't think how we even get there. Poor brain. Portals are in here? Back to Ogrimmar. We'll get some cheap gear so that we've got some higher item level. That's not going to be overly natural for the purpose of what we're going to be able to do when the game actually goes live, in the 12.1 actually goes live. But it will at least simulate the strength of being in a group without being in a group, which is almost impossible to form on the PTR. You up to, Alma? Hey? You up to? There? Good girl. Right, out here somewhere is cheap vendors. I'm led to believe. Get 50 of these, check online how and where to get them, then go to place C, stand on your head while singing Itsy Bitsy Spider in Japanese. This will summon Xalatath, the opener, who will show you a portal you need to go. Get 150 of item Y. Yeah. I mean, some stuff is fine. Right? Some stuff is fine, but there needs to be just like some straightforward, easy stuff as well. Here we go. We can get full set of set gear on the go here. Let's sack off some of this stupid stuff we don't need. 334, 6 of 6th myth gear. Okay, so this allows me to at least simulate what life is going to be like at the end of Season 2. Yes, I've got all the things on. Apologies for the ear spam. No weapons.
May the eternal sun shine upon thee. Walk with the earth mother.
Still missing a necklace.
Looking for
Trinkets.
special?
High chance to grant you focus of Ulatech, increasing your haste by a shitload. That'll do. I'll have one of them. Chance to pull an artifact of questionable value out of the bag when casting spells and abilities. Enhancing your secondary stats in various ways. There are probably no fish left in the bag, but it's hard to be sure. Interesting. I'm going to equip that just because I'm intrigued to see if that randomly gives you fish. What else we got trinket-wise? let's be real. It ain't my place to be figuring out flipping gear, is it? Just give me some item level stats. Damage taken from deadly venom on the coiled isle within the venomous abyss is reduced by 7%. Yes, we'll have one of them. Necklace. Damage taken from the deadly venom on the coil isle and the venomous abyss reduced by 7%. Yes, I'll have one of those. It's a 14% reduction. What am I still missing? A ring? Okay, all of the rings and stuff are giving damage reduction. This is why I think a lot of the feedback that Blizzard probably gets from the PTR is completely skewed. Because these cheap vendors are great, but I bet there's nobody that's really ran around the new zone particularly much in their regular retail gear for very long. And if they have, they'd have realised very quickly that going anywhere near the downstairs level of the new zone is absolutely fucking deadly. You get your ass handed to you within seconds. Even in, like, Season 1 Mythic gear, you are getting absolutely ruined down there unless you're a tank. Which is going to make the first couple of weeks very interesting, because people will be like, why am I getting absolutely nuclear deleted and I'm in, like, last season Mythic gear? But it is what it is. I need a bow or summon. Oh, this one's venom cursed, look. Venom cursed with double sockets. Venom cursed double sockets. 10 item levels higher than even myth gear. I want to try one of those. We'll still maintain our 4-piece set somewhere else. What does set do? Barb shot causes your pets to stomp one additional time at 50% effectiveness. Oh, good. Good. One thing I've noticed also is that for some reason, my pets in 12.1 do not hold any aggro whatsoever. Like, negative levels of aggro holding capabilities. It's almost as if they've balanced it around you having this set. Fucking hell. Alright. The next Cobra Shot benefit from Beast Cleave at 20% effectiveness as well. Yeah, okay. So that's what they've done. They've dumpstered the normal threat gain from your pets in order to make the sets feel like, oh, now my pets hold aggro again properly. Alright, sure. I know what you're doing there, Blizzard. Don't think I don't. Give me a... Well, that's got 2 sockets and it's venom cursed. Well, that's a no-brainer. Invent a problem. What? Well, usually they'll sell you the solution, but at least we'll be able to obtain it somehow. Oh, and then a bunch of hero trinkets to test the stat, to test what they do or see what they do, I guess. Okay, so I can't get a weapon. Well, that's fun. Why did I get a main hand axe as an option? I just do all. Give me all in case it's hidden somewhere where it shouldn't be. Axe. Two-handed axe. What looks like a bow. These are all trinkets. These are all trinkets. How many flipping trinkets do there need to be in the game, honestly? Okay, so there's no way for me to get a better weapon.
I've been expecting you.
Okay, weapon not an option. Sure. Alright, well we're still running around in 330 item level gear now. Which is more to be expected of end of season 2 sort of gearing. Let's try again. Try again. Welcome in, Chris. Good morning. Yeah, Crazy Bear. I use that on retail. I use the class codex for retail. It's really good. Welcome in, by the way. Welcome in, welcome in. Agby, good mornings, good morning, good mornings. Glad to see everybody this morning on a Monday. How do I get back to where I'm going? Silver Moon City. There is an inn, but I haven't reallocated Hearthstone, which is in turn partly my own fault. I should do some of these triangle quests just to just because they're there. I have a sneaky feeling it's this prey one that then actually provides you the portal to the new zone.
Sinu Amanore. Ah, anguish still lingers on you. Sure reports have reached me of strange creatures encroaching on our hunting grounds. Deal with them.
Wait, what is this? Scale-bound Herald's Flute. Play the scale-bound Herald's Flute, luring the Nemesis to its location. Only usable after activating... Oh, so that... Oh, okay, that's Season 2's... That's Season 2's... Delve thingy. I see, I see.
The Sunwell will soon be obsolete.
5,000 Prey Seeker's Journey reward. That seems more than usual. Wasn't it only 1,000 ago? What's the length of the journey in Season 2 then?
Feathers and fangs lies
Have they updated
a mind full of violent
Prey
potential.
significantly?
Let us tease it out.
Complete your first hunt on any difficulty in Silvermoon whilst Prey Hunter's Journey is available. Ten ranks again. Now creates a portal for you to return to his sanctum after defeating a prey. Okay. Okay, we'll come back to that in a minute then. This is just going to be Seasons 2 introduction to introduction to the gearing again, isn't it?
Be bold, be true.
Gonna have to do all of these basic upgrade crests again. Acquire 50 Adventurer Mist crests by completing blah 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 blah. Okay.
How fare you?
Interestingly, that was taking no crests to upgrade whatsoever. Oh yeah, because of course I've got stupidly high level gear. Whoops. Ah! Lol. Oh, there we go, okay. I'm gonna say, does that brick that quest then? No, it's fine. Obtain a piece of veteran track gear, upgrade the veteran track piece of gear. Oh shit, I've just upgraded the veteran track. Oh no, I've got another one.
Go carefully.
So these are just your same default. Bring 10 veteran miscrests and trade them for a bundle of adventurer ones. Give me the... Wait, what was it asking me to do? Give the adventurer ones.
In unity, find strength. Until next time.
Yep, they're all the tutorial quests again. Yeah, 330 is going to be your sort of end of season 2 gear item level. This is all 6 of 6 myth gear.
We have slept long enough. In unity, find strength.
Okay, so that's just a repeat of that quest. Introduction once again to the catalyst.
Anaria Shala.
These quests are all just repeating again. Yep, easy business. Midnight World Tour.
The eternal sun still guides us.
Complete faction features in Midnight Zones. Oh, you know what's funny? I actually don't think I've completed that quest on retail on my main character. Whoops. Ollie Arts, welcome in. Good morning, by the way. Sorry, I'm slow on chat this morning. I'm still pre-coffee. Let's... All the incursions and everything are still switched on and activated. Void Assaults. Is that the world boss? That's saying the world boss is down here. Yeah. And there's the new world boss down here as well. There. And now we've got the prey hunts over here as well. Now we've unlocked that. There's still no quick way to get to the new zone that I can see. It's going to be a real ball ache if you have to haul ass there every time. Set your Hearthstone to the new zone. I found this was like, this is real. When you have Voidstorm and Harrandar that you can just portal straight to, even flying to Zulaman feels like a chore. But flying all the way to the Coiled Isle is going to feel like even more of a chore. I know that sounds ridiculous, but hey, Blizzard gives us these quality of life features and functionality, which means you miss them even more when they're not there. Oh, I should point out probably the spec reset is in, by the way, for 12.1. It's a one-time gig again, though. You can only reset your knowledge points once. I wonder if I actually bother to complete the main campaign intro on this character. It creates a portal or something. Got to get that Void Light Mile. Even if we are on the PTR.
Naldin be attacking our hunting parties, stealing from us. Hit them back and retrieve what you can.
I've done this on one of my other characters, but due to doing it so early in the PTR testing, there's something that's very sort of under or misunderstood about the PTR, is that pretty much every time there is a new patch or a new build on the PTR, the suggested way to approach it is to do everything on a brand new character again. Because so very frequently do you find that characters just get completely bricked or completely out of sync with what they should or shouldn't be able to do. And that actually causes at least 50% of the bugs you encounter on the PTR. Is that they've changed something substantial behind the scenes, substantial enough that it just completely breaks any character that existed before it. But this character is ported over like a few days ago. Oh, now we got to go flipping haul ass all the way up here. What's the item level with the best gear? Yeah, 330 is what's basically fully myth geared. 330, sorry. But I haven't got a weapon. So I've only got a 295 weapon. You're probably looking at 340 by the time you're got your weapon and stuff.
Tashura, Liadrin is inside. I am the blade of the light.
I hope this isn't particularly long. I've done all of this like 2 or 3 times already. Got to rescue 8 of these fellas. Holy. Okay. Yeah, and this is also kind of why I don't particularly like so much using the cheat gear on the PTRs all the time. Because it gives a really unfair representation of what the game is going to be like when it's live. Like, the difference between 285 gear and 330 is, like, in terms of damage output, it's going to be ridiculous. Survivability and whatever. An entire tier and a, you know, tier and a bit worth of item level makes a huge difference. Because actually, I'm pretty convinced that people are going to be really frustrated by the new zone. The downstairs area of the new zone kind of feels like Nagtal and Val on heroic mode in retail right now. That you have to watch your step, and if you pull more than 2 mobs as a DPS, you're dead. Like, it's one of those. Really, really, really strong emphasis on doing it at least in a pair or a trio, or at least a group of some sort. Fortunately, all of the, like, one thing I did notice though is all of the quests in the downstairs part of the new zone have the little automatic find a group thing activated on them. Kind of like what you have with the world boss or something. So grouping should be brain dead simple to do. It's next to impossible on the PTR. Yo, Mr. Goldson, my man, welcome in. Good morning, good morning. Or, well, good afternoon, good evening to you.
I fight for the Witherbark.
How many is that? 8? Thanks for the help of the curse surge. Hey, no problem. That one with the big snake is actually really annoying to do solo. Which is why I jumped up and lent a hand, because it's, yeah, testing this stuff on the PTR can often be troublesome when there's often literally nobody else on the PTR.
I'll guard the lodge, kill their leader, and save my people.
Get me out of combat. Get me out of combat. Yeah, but I've been slowly but surely figuring out and finding a whole bunch of stuff about 12.1. Not is there really anything that I think is so juicy that I'm going to get my teeth into and be really excited to play for months and months though. Arguably, it feels a lot more what I kind of expect a Season 2 season to be. I kind of expect Season 2 to be that sort of filler season. We've just had, like, Season 2 is always... The problem is that Blizzard has this issue that off the back of Season 1, which is an expansion launch, I mean, what the hell are they going to be able to do that's going to compete with a season, like an expansion launch in terms of content? They're just not going to be able to. This season seems to be very clear to me. It's going to be a very simple, very straightforward. They don't really look to have changed or even really tried much new for the launch of Season 2. It very much feels like they're just playing it safe, knowing that, well, you can't compete with an expansion launch in terms of content.
I will bring them back.
And so maybe they're 12.05, 12.07, or even 12.2 will be where it's at.
Right now.
Looks like the Venom reagent also comes from Gathering. Envenomated Tranquility Bloom. Oh. How did you get the envenomated nodes to spawn? Is that then shortly after an event has happened? Oh, I need to take my druid back over there then. I need to take my druid back over there and have another look. That's interesting. I did not find a single one of those nodes when I flew around for an hour on my druid. That must be after a curse surge event or something is finished and that specific area of the zone slightly changes. I'll go and investigate that in a little bit. That's actually good to know. That's kind of the final piece of the puzzle for me. Did kill a surge in that area. Oh, okay, that's handy. Well, I'm glad it's not going to be something that's like heavily time gated or delayed then.
Push forward. We will save our people.
And that also means I'm not super fussed about doing all these intro quests again, but with Stonk's gear it should be a 2-minute task. Quickly kill these. Bots are not going to be happy completing Curse Surges. Well, yeah, of course. Bots often take the advantage of lurking on the lowest population realms they possibly can. Yeah, at the end of the day, bots don't care. You know, bots aren't trying to play the mechanics. Bots will be programmed to fly around and pick up nodes that they see. It's kind of the point of a bot. They don't really engage in too much human-like thinking. How many is that? 10. Still need to find the liquid luster vendor. It's elusive. Well, let me go and have a little look. Hang on, I'm practically there. Let me go and have a little look on the downstairs area, because I've like done all of the, well, most of the quests and stuff. I'm pretty sure I know exactly where the vendor is. Because I think it's the same vendor that sells, I'm pretty sure it's this. Oh, what's this? Haunted. Oh, these are new. What are these? I've literally not seen these before. Did we have a PTR build last night? Surely not, because it's gone release candidate. Surely not. This ancient crumbling brazier sits patiently before you. Collect ossified relics from around the coiled isle and deposit them here in order to make your offering. If enough offerings are made, perhaps the ghost of this land can be roused. Ossified. Notice this word. Isn't that what the ingot was supposedly called? Ossified alloys. Or have I made that up? Ossified relic. A lonely piece of bone, perhaps its purpose lies elsewhere. Warbound. Oh. I have literally never seen this event before in my life. Was this maybe just one of the possible events that can spawn and I've just not seen it yet? I don't think it's release candidate since you cannot view some of the new decor recipes. Oh, well, that'll be like release candidate usually refers to its feature ready. There will still be bug fixes and hot fixes being made like frantically. I mean, the concept of release candidate builds these days is pretty loose. They're making changes the day, you know, as we now know very well. They're making you know, just because it's launched, it doesn't mean it's safe or finished or ready or any of the above. I can now go put these in here. How many of them do they take? Is this an Arcana kind of situation again? Single offering, 1 ossified. Oh, it just goes up by 1% every time. Oh, well, that's going to be a chore to test, isn't it? Okay, well, in theory, that's not going anywhere. I'm getting hunt processed by picking up the treasures as well. Or maybe I might quickly finish it then. 2 birds. Oh yeah, because I'm getting the flipping torment stuff. I need to get this. I forgot I selected that prey. Summon the looming mutagenator, calling out the looming dude to spawn. That's the big rare that spawns here. So maybe these are just a slightly alternative to the standard fill the bar events, but they practically function the same. $250 rep for finding each of these treasures as well is quite handy. For the purpose of the rep grind on day 1. You're trying to get to, what is it, Renown 5, I think, for the recipes again this time. You'll be able to do that pretty quickly and effectively, I've found. There's a prey quest that makes you farm 100 ossified relics. I'm at 95 out of 100. It's called Prey Ghostly Nightmare. Oh, okay. I'm on Slithering Threat. You draw close to the prey. At least the ossified relics have a slightly different icon, which is handy to the normal treasures. They made that mistake with the, what were they called? The moths in Harandar to begin with, didn't they? Before they gave those a separate icon. Okay, I do seem to have exhausted options here, though. Let me just go do the prey thing real quick. Otherwise, that's going to pester me the entire time. Till I do it. Does it look like they've made any changes to prey? From what I can see, they haven't made any changes at all to the prey system. It feels practically... Oh my god, look at all the relics here. It feels practically exactly the same. And I was kind of hoping that they would... hoping that they would reconsider the... how much kiss and how much curse. Because I get the prey system is meant to be something that, you know, there's a little bit of friction to it, but there should be an upside that balances that. My take on prey in Season 1, that there was far too much curse and not enough kiss. I mean, the hot fixes to the nightmare mode, you know, losing all of your progress when you die, and it basically, if you don't, you know, you don't kill a squirrel within 10 seconds, you die instantly. It was just brutal. It was like more level brutal. So clearly they decided that that was too much. Let me get this prey event done and dusted. I've got 8 stacks of flipping torment. I'm going to be in for a world of hurt if I'm not careful.
Something's off. I suspect an ambush. Smoke them out.
Get smoked, yo. Oh, here he is. Now, none of this should be difficult because I'm running around in full myth gear now. Any of this is even remotely difficult, then they've got their balance way out of tune. Smoke out both of you. No, just one. I think it was better that way until they nerfed the critter cannon. Well, yeah, I mean, that was a convenient, you know, gamer do gamer, you know, way of dealing with it. But I don't know. The gameplay loop of Prey just, I don't know. I don't find it fun. I just find it pure frustrating. But then again, there are entire games like League of Legends that I just find purely frustrating. So there's a strong chance that the gameplay loop of Prey does actually appeal to some people. It's just not. It's just one of those. It's just a not me situation, I think. Overcoming that frustration, it, you know, is the enjoyment of the gameplay loop for some people. It's just not me. I have to go outside. Outside? Outside? What in the world could possibly be outside that's better than inside?
Get the better of us.
Not a chance. Crystal burns in your praise direction.
Enjoy scrying this one. Perform for me. Slaughter them.
Weekly food shop? Isn't that what home delivery is for? I have these little robots that turn up at my house occasionally, bringing me the odds and ends of groceries. Now, sure, it's not great for when you know, I get you might want to pick your own fruit and vegetables, and maybe you might want to pick your own meat, for example. There are some things that are not great to be ordered by a robot, but, you know, when it's film night and we want to order some snacks and neither of us can be bothered to go to the store, then being able to take my phone out, put a few things in a basket and have a little robot turn up at the house with them 40 minutes later is just like, oh my god, god tier level technology. Pizza Friday drone. Yo, I tell you, when they start delivering pizzas via drone, that would be really clever. Unfortunately, it's still man-powered, my pizza delivery. Although I often have a good chat with the pizza man on the Friday anyway. They mentioned snacks with the doggos around. It's a recipe for disaster. Yeah, I'm kind of fortunate. Not like my dogs are not like hard bred on treats and snacks. It also partly might have something to do with the fact that they rarely listen to me when I need them to. But the
Cold-blooded
Holy snap.
cunning to the
But
end. I
yeah,
cannot help
my
but
dog's
suspect
favourite
that.
treat is actually
Alas, only one
the
hunter can
green
prevail.
phallic shaped vegetable that cannot be named in close proximity to them. Begins with Q and ends in cumber. Yeah. That's their absolute favourite snack. Oh, I was gonna try and find that vendor for Goldson, wasn't I? Alchemists are gonna be intrigued by this one. I'm 99% sure it's down in the entrance area. Do they react on that word? For that word in English is their trigger word. Yeah, you could probably say it in Swedish or in Finnish and they probably wouldn't react. I still don't know my portal thing here. Where's the flight doodah? Around here somewhere.
Tokobani, welcome.
Go downstairs. The older dog, Nipsu, she doesn't like gherkins. The two younger puppies have tried gherkin, and I think they eat it due to the fact that if you give one of them something, they will eat it so that the other one doesn't get it, kind of thing. Yeah, I'm not convinced that they like it. Yeah. Might be inside the raid. There's a vendor right next to the altar. I'm pretty sure sells it. Oh, there's a treasure thing, look. Ed Mason's tablet, that's another 250 rep. Hunting all of those down on day one is going to be an easy renown or two. So, there's this guy. Right here, look. Mr. Golson, if you're listening. Once you've unlocked the Altar of Corrosion, which is the entire reason you are down here in the basement of this zone anyway, you get this guy, which is your skull fella, which allows you to trade in your corrosive coins that you farm up for various goodies, and there's your liquid luster recipe. You've also, you know, got a whole bunch of other random odds and sods down here. All the decor and stuff like that. But yeah, you complete the short intro quest to unlock the altar, which is your player power grind for the zone. Champion gear 1 of 6 is 192. So for me, it's not gonna be until I hit the champion tier to where I'll actually be getting upgrades next season. I need to get another spark of tides, don't I? But then I can't get the I was just thinking about, can I just upgrade my bow, craft it myself, but it's not going to be so easy to do, is it? I can trade these corrosive souls in with you now.
Do not test me.
Satchel of corrosive coins. There we go. I've got 2 of these. 1. You can't carry more than 1 of those. Don't give me these 2 at a time and then make me open them individually. F6.
No, there is nowhere you can hide.
Back into the vendor. Go back into here. Buy another one.
May you always find
Open it again.
victory.
I'll tell you what, 100 coins a piece is kind of insulting on those. Considering you get 2 of them and it's like the main meta quest of the week.
We fight
And it's
for the
warbound.
Aman. All of them.
I've only got 1,200 corrosive coins anyway. Okay, well, I should, in theory, be more competent at doing stuff down here now. Gather your allies, collect ritual materials to summon and defeat deadly foes. Let's try and give this a go while it's on. Some people are clearly working on this, but this is the group activity that's going to be a little bit invisible until the game goes live, because there'll never be enough people to fully play through this. Now, are we more able to just nuke things now with our better gear? You've got to hope so. Still got to use misdirect, or I've got no hope of not ripping aggro off the pets. That's fun. Is it true that you can farm out all of the powers in one sitting? That venom tree thing, the art of corrosion? I mean, in theory, yes. And I think you will find that in week 1, that will be what a lot of people do. Because until the season actually starts, before the raid is out, before the Mythic Plus season starts, why not? Like, you just farm these corrosive coins by just, like, grouping up. Raid groups will be just absolutely nuclear deleting this zone, I would imagine. Is kind of what I suspect will be the thing that people do in the first week. It is literally nothing more than just an absolute crazy Zergfest to get the coins. And there's a growing quantity of coins you need for each rank. But you also, after you've achieved a certain amount of coins, more coins start dropping. So I'm pretty convinced it will be the week 1 activity that everybody will do. They'll just farm the shit out of it and get it done. I can't seem to pick up any more of these. Where am I meant to be turning these into? I mean, there's only 34 seconds of the event left, so we're not going to get even 20% of this done, but I've actually not seen the incursions happen all that often on the PTR. I think they're similar to the void incursions, where you require X amount of the mini incursion, you know, the mini things to be done for the big thing to happen. Oh, you come and then dish them back in up here. Oh, this feels very... Oh, where did we see this? That is ripped straight out of Shadowlands, isn't it? What was that thing in Shadowlands where you had to put a very specific quantity of things in order to, like, summon a mount or something? And some random Joe could come along and put the wrong thing in and completely fuck it for everybody else. What was that thing in the green gooey zone in Shadowlands? That is a copy paste system right there if ever I've seen one. Where's the daily quest out here?
It is an honor
Might
to
stand a
bear
little bit
beside
more
you.
chance of testing some of
Oraka,
this in a bit more
friend of
detail.
Malazi.
Now I've got reasonable gear. There's the Temple Strike. Yeah, see, for like the next rank of this, what do I need? Like, it's
My magic is potent.
Corrode Spirit. 2,000 corrosive coins I need for the next
Though there is nowhere
point. And I, like, it started at 1,000, went to 1,500, now it's 2,000. I can't even begin to think what the top number is to, like... I don't know if this is going to be something that it's achievable for you to fill the entire tree, but you might, you know, get enough points to put down one direction or something. I haven't seen a way to undo your choice of points here, which also slightly scares me. But at least once you have obtained a certain amount of... Yeah, spend 3 more points to unlock. So after I, like, 2,000, let's say 2,500, probably 3,000. So 3, 4, 5. In about 8,000 more coins, I'll get a 25% buff to the amount of coins that I actually get. And then you spend a bunch more points for a 50% buff, and then a 75% buff, and then a 100% buff after you've got 18 points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Okay, so there's only 18 nodes on the tree. So it is kind of by design for you to fill the whole thing eventually. By the time you've filled the whole thing, you'll also be getting coins at twice the rate you were at the beginning. But you'll also have nowhere else to spend them in here. Then in theory, it's at that point you then spend them here. Because some of these are not particularly cheap either. Like, the mount is 10,000. 25,000 coins for the weapon arsenal. That's transmog heaven, though. I mean, what's the total number on this? 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 85,000 coins just for these. 85, and that's before the decor. One of every decor. I don't know, let's call it 100k. there's probably 100k worth of coins you need to farm up just for the collection purpose. And
My magic
if this stays the way that it is, that every spirit is 500 more than the spirit before, and we do the maths on what that would look like. Hang on, give me a spreadsheet. Have I got a spreadsheet open? What does that work out to be? If it was 1,000, 1,500, 2,000, and there was 18 ranks. What's the sum of all of those? Okay, so you need 100,000 coins to fill the tree. 100,000, 94,500 coins potentially, assuming that is the increments that it continues to go up in. 94,500 coins to fill the entire tree, and then there's about the same again to collect all of the rewards. So there's a good chance that you need probably 200,000 corrosive coins to, like, quote unquote finish it.
May you always find victory.
So yeah, expect great levels of farming to be done on these. Now I wonder, I think this is a warband wide system as well, by the way. I just want to make that clear. I haven't tested that specifically, but I'm 99% sure this is a warband wide system. Now the thing you can do though is you can spend your points differently until you've got all 18 points. You can spend them differently on different characters. And there doesn't seem to be a way to undo your points once you've spent them. So I think that might cause some element of frustration to some people. But until you've got all 18 points, you could put points in one direction, decide that that direction is shit, you want to go the other direction, and just have no choice but to farm out more and fix your problem that way. Until, much like knowledge points, you just have enough to fill the entire tree. I'm not overly convinced people will particularly like this. But it'll be like I said, it'll be something people just farm out. There'll be raid groups put together where raids will just run around here, just deleting everything in sight in order to farm coins as effectively and as quickly as possible. To just, in theory, just get the job done. Also, doing this gives you your corrosive codex, which is your sort of like choosing of your buffs. You can choose 2 of these. This is different to how it was first implemented. They've changed the venomous gear system to this, which is more deterministic. It was like crazy random when they first implemented it, and I didn't like it. Clearly they didn't either, but each one of these gives you a buff. You need 8 souls to unlock the first one, and I would... You may only use 1 gift until your offerings are sufficient. Only then are you worthy of choosing 2. Well, you need 8 to unlock the first one. I don't know how much you're going to need to unlock the second, but I'm sure there's some good combos of these. Your harmful spells abilities have a chance to pull up to 2 nearby enemies to your current target location, dealing a bunch of damage. Up to 3 nearby poisoned enemies are also pulled in. On entering combat, veil yourself in 5 layers of virtuant mucus, each stack negating an instance of incoming damage that would exceed 5% of your health. Dealing damage to a poisoned enemy has a very low chance to grant you 1 extra layer of mucus. There are clearly some that are like designed for tanks. On chance during combat, to apply a stacking poison to all nearby enemies, dealing nature damage every 2 seconds for a minute. On death, the poison and its remaining duration are transferred to a new target. Plague of corrosion. I'm sure a combo of some of these is fun, but I'm in no position to be able to unlock or test these on the PTR, so that's not happening. Because I'm not overly looking forward to grinding this out when it's live, never mind. Never mind on the PTR. And most of these are just kind of like relatively standard, passive, like DPS things. Your abilities can inflict poison to your enemies. Great. Love to see it. You can find venom wards that protect nearby enemies. Venom enhanced enemies are more likely to release a volatile venom, whatever that is. Your venom coating is applied 50% more often. Min-maxes will solve that alter after about 10 minutes. Well, like I said, my suspicion is that, you know, Giga Chads will just zerg this in the first week when they've got nothing else to do anyway, because the season hasn't started. Giga Chads will just like get all 18 points unlocked in the first week. It's 100,000 coins, give or take. People will just spend the first couple of days farming out 100,000 coins, and then yeah, you're right. Like maths junkies will just figure out what are the two best ones to have. I'm sure there'll be like a bit of a go-to broken combo. As I said, gamers will figure it out. Gamers will figure it out. Let me go run around and poke about in here a little bit more. But yeah, notice how all of the quests out here have this like automatic find group, start group thing. So my hope here is that because they've tagged them as group quests, like it'll be relatively comfortable even for like casual Andes to just turn up here and do the quests down here. Like I said, I'm strongly in suspicion that there'll just be raid groups in week 1 that will just be doing laps, just nuking everything that they can see. Raid groups just deleting the entire zone for hours on end until everybody's got enough coins. Now there is some possibility that the fun police of Blizzard will come out and put some sort of time gating or some bullshit on it, but I really hope they don't. Fun fact, I'm running around in 330 item level gear now. Fun fact, I barely feel any more powerful in terms of DPS potential than I did without my 330 gear on. That just goes to show how important your weapon is to your overall DPS. I probably have slightly better survivability now because I'll have substantially more stamina. But in terms of throughput, I don't feel any more powerful. And actually, I would not be too surprised if the scaling has kicked in on these as well. Let me test. Can I make a gear set? Equipment manager. New set. 330 biscuit. Now let me put on my Season 2 gear. No, that's not right. Probably that one. This is new set, Season 1 gear. 310, 310 health. Health. Oh, okay. Well, at least the scaling doesn't. At least the scaling doesn't go too high. Perhaps that vendor is unlocked on Renown 8. What Renown am I? I'm only Renown 7. Oh, this will just be when you'll get one free level when you hit Renown 8. That's all it'll be. First Surge bosses now have a daily chance to drop a piece of Warbound veteran equipment. Yeah, you have to like properly unlock the altar. I couldn't tell you exactly what quests I had to do to get that dude to spawn, but there was definitely something I had to do. Okay, I feel marginally more powerful in my Season 2 gear than Season 1 gear, but the difference isn't humongous. My pet still gets absolutely deleted. But there's some indication here that even if their health isn't scaling, their damage is scaling. This is why I've thought for years and years and years that past a certain point, and it's definitely a thing, it's just the cutoff points are kind of a little bit hidden. But there's definitely a point where, like, gearing is... Up to a point, gearing helps you in world content, but the way that mobs scale, it's very, very carefully controlled. Scaling has this issue of that it kind of like, you know, everything scaling to you means that your extra gear, your damage numbers may go up, but their damage numbers and their health pool going up as well can like naturally counteract that. It makes it really hard, or it's very, very carefully controlled just how powerful you're allowed to feel, which I've often found very weird in retail. And I'm kind of like obviously in like Mythic Plus and stuff, it makes perfect sense for mobs to scale higher the higher the keys you're in and whatever. But like for world content, I've always thought that like mob scaling in world content just feels like why? It seems very counterproductive to like an RPG where you gear up, you get stronger. I mean, the only reason I think it exists is because we gain item level at such a ridiculous rate these days that if you think about the strength of a brand new, freshly dinged level 90, what do you ding 90 at? 180 item level, something like that. We're already going to be 300 plus just in Season 2. Like, the rate at which we gain item level and stats and stuff is absolutely bananas. In theory, without scaling, without mob scaling in the open world, you would very quickly get to the point where you just one-shot absolutely everything. But so I kind of know why Blizzard does scaling, but I think they should really tone it back a bit. Okay, well, we're going to get 2 more corrosive souls, which is actually only worth 200 coins. There's part of me that thinks you should maybe save these for later in your grind. Does that make sense? No, because if you those goodie bags only give you 100 per time. I don't think they're going to get changed by the multiplier. Because you got this multiplier after you've spent a certain amount of points. I'm wondering if before you cash in your corrosive souls, it would be better off waiting until you've got a couple of these ranks, but...
My magic is potent.
Right, there's 2,000 coins. That gives me another rank. I would like to get to this one. You may recover decrepit keys from venom-enhanced enemies that unlock hidden treasures throughout the coiled isle. Just for seeing what's in these hidden treasure boxes. If this is something that's worth shooting for or not. But what could possibly be in there that we don't know exists? Oh, hang on. These have got discovery requirements. I can't go this way. Lost Magi Amulet is needed. Unlock these. Feather of Tokjara. Mummified Lynx's Paw. Let me wowhead some of these items and find out what they mean. What's this called? No, 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 no. Lost... What's it called? Lost Magi Amulet. Added in 12.1. A bit of stone carved into the shape of a troll warrior lost long ago. Find on pickup unique starts a quest. Auto accept quest. In the vaults of Ulatek. Maybe it's just a random drop item. Try some of the others. Feather of Mr. Tokmani. What was it called? Okjara. Oh, that's listed as a chest, look. That's opened with a key. This unlocks something in the vault of Ulatek. Spirit loop. So you have to find an item that then unlocks a chest for this one. So there are some things to find and discover and unlock with this tree. Welcome in, Omni, by the way. Good morning to you. Welcome, welcome. I'm wondering if there's a path on this tree that would make grinding the coins easier in the early part of the patch. You can more safely traverse the nearby pits of venom, reducing damage taken by 75%. I mean, that sounds like a win, doesn't it? Spirits within the vault will come to your assistance in moments of danger. Additional spirits will assist you. You can make offerings to shrines that establish a temporary safe area. Damage dealt to eggs is increased by 100, and the damage you take from eggs is reduced by 75. You get to pick. Depends how powerful these spirits are when they turn up to help you. This route, you may find reagents of Ophi's Cauldron from treasures across the Coiled Isle. I can tell you exactly what these do. These are, there's 3 new items you then get from the treasures. Clouded blood pearls, ancient knuckle bones, and serpent feathers. These are 3 new items you pick up from the treasures. They're all unique 100 items. And then upstairs in the zone, there's an NPC with a cooking pot, and you choose what combination. You have to provide 3 items, and you choose what combination you put in the cooking pot, and the combination you put in probably determines what you get out of it. But it seems to be weekly. It's not even daily, because I've only ever been able to do it once. Which makes it feel really underwhelming when it gave me like 40 Void Light Maul and like 10 motes or something. I didn't pay enough attention to what it was doing when I did it the first time, because I never for the life of me assumed it would be something that would be like on a weekly cooldown. But needless to say, it feels very underwhelming. Learn to guard against venom-crazed foes, decreasing their damage inflicted to you by 25%. Well, that's probably slightly helpful. You may find corrosive coin whilst gathering around Ulutech. Zerging to this node, and then switching to herbing and mining, feels like the play for gatherers, you know? There's 2 birds, 1 stone, you know? If you can farm up herbs or then 2 new motes, you'll also be able to be picking up lumber, doing your fishing. Like zerging to this one, which is what I'm going to try and attempt to do on the PTR. Zerging to this one and then hopping on the druid as a way to gain your coins from there on after, with a wombo combo goal making opportunity. You do enough farming, you might then get the... It depends how potent this is. How many coins are you going to get per herb or whatever, but this could easily be an alternative to just being in a raid group and running around here. Now, being in a raid group and running around here farming mobs is clearly going to be the quicker way to do it, but... yeah, if it benefits lumbering as well, that would be kind of useful. I need 2,500 coins though before I can unlock that, and I've got 93.
May you always find victory.
Maybe I just run around here and do a few more things. Temple patrols completed. These things. I need to do 3 more patrols. I know it's the PTR, but I'll start a group if anybody wants to join. Science, you know. Science! I said, I'm not overly interested in grinding this out too much on the PTR, because I'm only going to have to do it again when it goes live. And it's extra slow on the PTR. I only want to do as much on the PTR as might push us to a point where we might find out something interesting ahead of time. That's really the advantage I'm going for with this. What is this one? Broken bonds. Free the soldiers. A fishing rod is intriguing. Yeah, I kind of want to get access to that just to see how it works. The thing is if it's those envenomed herbs that gives the new material, it probably means the new fishing rod is basically a bit of a nothing burger, because the filament that it claims that you get is only used in a couple of cosmetic items, and it can be exchanged for shredded glimmerline and bloomline, which of course can then be sold on the auction house, but it depends just how much of that filament currency you get to whether it's actually going to be of any value. I think that because the enchant, the fishing rod enchant, is remarkably expensive on retail right now. The what's it called, the Grand Line. The enchant's remarkably expensive, and I think that the new fishing rod could help dramatically increase the supply of the Glimmerline and Bloomline in order to make that enchant, like, I mean, 50k for a fishing enchant is kind of bananas. But it's one of those that if that's Blizzard's design with this, to like aid the value of that enchant a little bit, then early bird catches the worm, because the early bird will be able to like farm up a bunch of this Glimmerline and Bloomline and sell it before the price comes down. $50k fishing enchant, I have not seen this. It's a similar system to what we had in the War Within for fishing. This time it just doesn't need tailors to do their thing. When fishing, you can occasionally get Glimmerline or Bloomline, which has a few stages of conversion. You take the uncommon stuff, you turn it into common stuff, you take the common stuff, you turn it into rare or epic, and then eventually you combine it all together until you get a grand beastline enchant, which doubles the treasure drops when fishing. Now, it's not been super popular or super important, really, in Season 1 for fishing. Especially considering most people in Season 1, as far as fishing are concerned, actually wanted less. You know, it's the uncommon fish that was most sought after in Season 1 because of the Majestic Hides lure creation stuff. The rare fish in Season 1 nobody cared about. But in Season 2, you are going to care about the rare fish, because it's the Ulatek snakeheads, the grotesque sturgeons, the loathsome angerfish. The rare fish in Season 2 is what goes into the new feasts. Hence why everybody's going to want to be able to fish as effectively as possible. Or there, in theory, could be some gold to be made by those people who do choose to do some fishing. Now, the rarer fish matter a lot more. Hence why I am recommending, even though there is a new fishing rod to be obtained, I am recommending people get their epic Sindori Reeler's rod before Season 2. You'll be doing a lot of fishing to gain the fishing reputation. And so you might as well have all advantages, you know, ahead of time. Obviously, a lot of this is theory right now, because there's the big fat question mark on, is any of this going to be worth, like, is there actually going to be any profit to be made from doing this? What's the, you know, if you only make 10,000 gold an hour doing this, then people are still not going to bother doing it. But, you know, if it's a 50,000 gold an hour farm, and it's worth people working towards getting the new fishing rod or whatever, then, you know, people do it. But it's all based on the numbers, isn't it? People won't do it if it doesn't reward them in any way, and I can't tell you what the reward is going to be, because, you know, the market will dictate that when it goes live. Can you explain the fishing rep thing real quick? It's basically a, rather than it being a revered, exalted kind of standard reputation, it's the friend-based system again. So it's there's 5 different ranks and they're all called weird things. But the reality is you have to get it to 5 out of 5 to get the new fishing rod. You have to basically get the equivalent of exalted before you get the new fishing rod. It's based on some daily, like a small little intro quest line, and then 2 daily quests is the main way in which you gain the reputation. There are a bunch of fishing treasures that are worth 250 rep a piece. So you can, in theory, just over a period of time, fish for those, which will get you a little bit of an advantage over doing just the daily quests. But the daily quests is the main way to chip away at it. Like I said, it's all kind of theory at the moment, because nobody will care about any of this if it's still only worth 10k an hour. But what are we doing with here? Orbs collected with Shrine of Earth. Orbs collected with Shrine of Sky. And you might see the occasional purple outlined mob. These kind of work like the skinning system, where they have significantly more corrosive coins on them if you kill them. So if you're running around here and if you're going to kill anything, kill the mobs that are like shiny purple. They're more worth spending your time on. Visit the shrine to take the form of a spirit ring and help purify the temple. Okay, so that's the temple strike thing. There's also whatever's going on here at the moment. Looks to be downstairs. The raid entrance up here. Can I convert to raid and go and have a look? You must be in a raid group to enter. Oh, well. Clearly converting to raid doesn't work then. Right. What are we doing here?
My magic is potent. Do not test me.
Now the next sigil. More. Another sigil forms. Well, I have absolutely no idea what I was doing there. Sure. Absolutely no clue whatsoever. We go over here real quick. Orbs collected with the Shrine of Earth. Let's try and do some of this.
We fight for the Amani. All of them.
There are valuable materials here. Gather what you can. Ooh. Brain. Ticking. Take the form of a spirit claw. Oh, snap. Okay. Oh. Putty cat don't like swimming, apparently. Oh, this is fun. Ooh, shit. $63. It's like Pac-Man. Ninja. Oh, what's that under there? Oh, that's just a regular treasure. 99. Oh, I've run out of balls. 99 ran out of balls. Boom, 100. Get me out of here. Okay, that's cool. Found a better alternative for the add-on Loot Appraiser. The new one's called Loot Race. It even tracks how much of a percentage of a WoW token you've earned in a session. Can recommend. Hashtag not sponsored. Well, Loot Appraiser has kind of been on the ropes for a while because the original author of Loot Appraiser has long since given up playing the game. And in a weird way, they weren't particularly willing to just hand over the add-on to somebody else, which I personally think is just a bit odd, but, you know, each to their own. So it was forked off by somebody else, and we got Loot Appraiser reloaded, and was worked on a little bit, but it still was kind of like, you know, just somebody else trying to keep it alive. In this world of vibe-coded add-ons, I'm not surprised. I think there's probably 4 or 5 different alternatives to it now. But if you can recommend this Loot Race one, I might have a little look. I'm one of those weird people that doesn't bother changing an add-on unless something is broken in the existing one, so we'll see. Loot Appraiser does what I need it to do right now, but there are a few things that are a little bit finicky with it. How are you doing, Jargis? Welcome in. What's new? I don't know what you know. Don't know what you know. We're back on the PTR today doing a little bit more testing. How do I get all the way over there, like, quickly and easily? Can I take the flight thing to the other side?
I'm listening, my friend.
Northeast. Let's go east. And then run up this way. You can select what TSM price source it tracks for your farmed and dropped items. I mean, you can do that in Loot Appraiser. You can also specify different price sources for different item types in Loot Appraiser, which I appreciate and actually use. materials, for example, I value them based on DB recent price, whereas like armor and weapons, I price them on DB region sale average. So being able to differentiate what price source is used for what items is actually kind of handy, which is what the Loot Appraiser Reloaded does. And of course it will also then be able to take something like map price for materials if you want that, which is what I use to help with the lumber values. Just stealth my ass there, because this place is a bit treacherous to get through otherwise. How do I get over there comfortably? Here we go, here's the little zoom. Zip! I have to complete this strike by myself, aren't I? Give me the birdie. Oh, so what do we now do? Oh, we do the same, but we fly. Am I going to hazard a guess that the red ones are bad? Okay, nothing's happening when I collect these. Let's try a red one then. Just in case red isn't bad. Okay, nothing's happening with any of these. Is there some weird... Okay, this just seems to be bugged. Well, somebody's managed to get 6% with it somehow. Increase movement speed. Do I have to be zooming? What's the blue one do? The hell is that? Collect the large wandering soul globes during the Earth and Sky event within the vaults of Ulatek. Oh, okay. Achievement. Yoink. Now weirdly, the event seems to have disappeared for me. Yeah, these don't seem to work for me. Oh, no, hang on. Something's working. We're up to 14%. Is it weirdly only the red ones that work? No, it just seems to be scuffed. That's great news. Release candidate, by the way. It only seemed to update after I managed to make the event go away and make it come back again. So let me go far out in the corner. No. Rip Bill Oddie. Another one bites the dust. Dropping like, oh, 17%. The question is it me that's doing this, or is somebody else? 22. I think there's somebody else doing this. I think there's somebody else doing this and it's working for them, but it's not for me. I'm the only one on the hordes. Yeah, see, it's going up and it's not me. Oh, is that you, Goldson? We're playing on opposite factions, which is why we can't / who each other. Okay, well, you need to do you need to do this one. Oh, I can see blobs disappearing. All right, well, I'm just dead weight on this because it doesn't seem to work for me. Weirdly, I couldn't see the ground ones as a panther. Do we reckon one is Horde? Okay, that's weird. Okay. Weirdly seems to be that Horde do half of it and Alliance do the other. I'm not sure if that's by design. Oh my god, rip my bags. Rip my bags. Where's the corroded pouch? 75 coins, some mist crests. Hang on, let me at least attempt to fix my bag slightly.
I have many, many wares.
I don't even have that much junk on me. I'm just overloaded with rubbish. I was trying to keep this bag relatively fish only. Roded key. This unlocks something in the vault of Ulatek. Oh! Oh, that's one of the things we need to unlock one of the upgrades for the altar. I've magically got one and I didn't even realise. Oh, I've got 2 more corrosive souls in here. Where did they come from?
Farewell, friend of the Grummles.
Shrine of Serpents, Shrine of Shackles, Shrine of Venom. Is this the main incursion that's kicking off now? Oh, stings, it hurts. Painful, let me through. Don't kill me. Staff of Shackles claimed and placed at cache. Oh shit, dying. Oh, this is a kill things within the area of the summon dude. Oh my god, there's elites that are randomly spawning to me. I am toast. Yeah, this is not solo friendly. Holy balls. Yeah, that's not going to be testable without playing on a tank. Weirdly, when you're dead, the fish show a shiny fish as well. Don't know why that's a thing. Look, Cursed Oddity shows a shiny. Slay foes near the shrine. Your aggro range goes through the fucking roof as well. Ah, yeah, this is not gonna... This is not friendly. I'm just desperately trying to kill as much as I can before I get killed. Six seconds until I can heal. Okay, we are getting there. Oof. Weirdly, this isn't one that has like a would you like to group up option on it. Johnson to the rescue. In theory, we've got like 7 minutes to do all 3 of these events. I don't think we've got a hope in hell. Yeah, I should definitely just be here on my druid, shouldn't I? Just turn up on a guardian druid where you just don't die. It's impossible to die. This big boy serpent's purple for me. He gives more coins. Also worth 6% apparently. 25 coins. Oh my god, the fucking venom's all over the place. Have you got growl turned off? Yes, because Goldson's tanking. Oof, okay. So we've nuked that one. Staff of Serpents. Carry the staff to the cache of the 3. Which is where? Carrying the Staff of Serpent attracts the attention of hidden foes? Oh, Jesus, as if I need more problems. Placed at the cache. Is that going to be back at the main, where the icon is on the map, surely? These spitting serpents can fuck off. I can tell you that much for a fact. They don't stop. Right. I'm going to assume we need to get back over there somehow. This is very questionable. Can I choose to just put this fucking thing down? Yeah, clearly this is heavily designed to be group activity. Yeah, I couldn't tell you where we're meant to take the staff. I think we're probably meant to take it back to wherever this is. Escort relics to unlock the cache of the 3. But navigating this zone is not easy at the best of times. In theory, we can go through the back room. No, I don't even know how you get back over here quickly and easily. I can't seem to get out of combat to save my life. I'm going to assume that achieving this as 2 people is practically impossible. Go back to here and get a touch of respite for a second. In the safe zone. Okay, I need to go hand in this patrolling the temple business. Where's me pigeon? Give me my pigeon. Pigeon me back to the foothold. Turn this in. I got a couple of coins I need to convert into more coins. Corrosive souls, that's the name. I'm up to 673 corrosive coins. What did I say? I needed like 2,500 of them. Oh, gold.
My magic
Yeah, 2,500 of them. Show the dispelling charm. I see a place where the dead were laid to rest, now profaned by the cursed soul boilers. Does that put something on my map? No, it's just a subtle hint as to where you should probably go to find the thing. Show the corroded key. Holding this, I feel adrift. I see venom all around, pouring down on me. Well, wherever there's a venom waterfall, I guess, is where an item is as well. These are just hints on where to go to unlock these ones, I guess. Yo, woo, my man. Double anniversary, 48 months. On a 24 streak, there we go. Big business. Thank you, my man. Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. Thank you very much for the prime. You got any game time at the moment? You're still pretty busy. I've run out of things I need to do in retail, to be honest, but I'm lucky I get more time to play. Yeah, I really want this one. I want this one to see just how lucrative it is to go do gathering and get coins. Because that's a make money and complete the coin tree opportunity. Been AFK, been cheating on WoW, some XCOM 2. Oh wow, okay. Yeah, serious business then. I must admit, so have I. I've been playing GTA Online a little bit. I've only been 50% focused on WoW for the last couple of weeks.
Is that your wallet? Or are you just glad to see me? Both.
Yo, Loot Fever, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Quick check-in, waiting for the pain meds to kick in. Pain meds? What have I missed? Have I missed something? Either way, hope you're doing well. Thank you very much for the prime. Okay, this only gives me 200 coins. Well, something's better than nothing. I need to complete an incursion to get this one. Which... oh, no, that's a strike. This is a patrol. Oh, so many different names for all of these mini events. Patrols are the basic bitch mini ones that give you some coins. These strikes are the medium-sized ones, and then an incursion happens, I presume, once enough of these have happened. But it seems to be hard to track the incursion. But then you've also got the events that happen up top of the map that have a different name again. Ah, it's just a clusterfuck of terminology to remember. Oh, toothache, earliest dentist appointment in a month. Oh. I have the issue that if I just I have the advantage that you can book an emergency appointment and they'll see you like ASAP. If you ring the dentist and say it hurts, they'll usually get you in like within a couple of days. But if you just book and say I need to see a dentist, they'll be like, yep, that'll be... for example, I've just been to the dentist and my next appointment is in November. But if I was to call them and say, ow, something hurts, they'll get me in within a couple of days. They usually have, like, emergency slots. Don't know if that helps in your scenario, but otherwise, yeah. Otherwise, some pain meds. The irony is I went to the dentist a week or so ago. They fixed they didn't fix a tooth. She took an old filling out and put a new shiny one in. So it's, you know, my mouth is full of, or was full of, the old big horrible black fillings. My dentist she's been slowly replacing those with, you know, the new, like, tooth coloured fillings and patching up a few spots because the fillings were old. But since she did this one, the tooth right next door to it has been hurting ever since. And I'm like, for fuck's sake. I'd have been in less pain if I didn't go to the dentist. That's not the right mentality, but it's how I feel. Just ibuprofen and man up. Toothache is horrible, though. It ruins your day. It's worse than a migraine, in my opinion. I selected in pain. Still haven't got an earlier one. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, toothache's horrible. Not fun. I'm tempted, even though I can nuke things down pretty quickly on this character, there's part of me that's very tempted to go get some bonus gear on my druid and just come and tank the place, like just run around like a moron tanking the place as a guardian druid who in theory just shouldn't die. Wonder if that's quicker than trying to nuke things as DPS. Oh, there's a... What the hell's going on here? Oh, we've got another temple strike. Slay the undead and burn their souls now. These seem to be spawning more frequently now. I signed up for an allotment and for the NHS dentist, and guess what? Allotment took like 3 years waiting. Dentist took 4 years. If you're not I know this is a problem in the UK. If you're not registered and you want a spot on the waiting, like the spot on the waiting list itself can be years. This is why in theory your parents sign you up like the second you're born, and then you know, religiously never ever miss an appointment, because if you miss an appointment you get taken off the list. This is why in the UK, I only went to an NHS dentist once or twice. I wasn't religious on going every 6 months, keeping up with my checkups. Just meant that any time I actually had to have something done, I just had to go private. And you would think a private dentist would be better, but it's often not. One of the private dentists I went to fucked up one of my teeth, like, real bad, of which I've now had it removed because it was basically beyond the point of being able to be fixed. I hate dentists, man. I absolutely hate the dentists. I mean, I don't hate the people. I just have a strong dislike for the experience. They do God's work, because, let's be real, 200 years ago, people died because their teeth fell out and got infected, right? We kind of take for granted today that dentists save more lives than, you know, standard doctors. I'm convinced of it. Let's not group dentists with regular healthcare. That would make sense. Yeah, it's definitely difficult, isn't it? I jumped to one side of the island. Goldson jumped to the other. It's alright. I can DPS from here. We're good. attracted a friend. Oh yeah, I've got pet taunt off. In combat? With what? They only earn money from the NHS if you go and have the appointment. If you miss it, they get 0. Yeah, well, I mean, it's also one of those things that there is only so many spots, and it's unfortunately massively underfunded, I feel. So, I mean, there's an element of if you miss your appointment, then it's on you. Like, but the problem is people don't realise that they can't just make a new appointment with another dentist and just, you know, you can't instantly re-sign up. It's just the problem is you don't realise that until you're put in the awkward position of where you need a dentist and you don't have easy access to one. I mean, I'm from the UK, but so much of what I see about it is it's just turning into a third world country. It needs to stop copying America. America is not a good example. Sorry, Team NA. I love you too, but you know it. Oh, you just pay for private dentist and go wherever you want. Oh, you can, but there's waiting lists for private dentists in the UK even. And that's because there's such a waiting list for public like NHS dentists. There just quite simply is not enough dentists. Because guess what? A lot of the dentists are foreign. Crazy, right? But we're verging on nearly being political here, so we'll take it a little easy. My sister's a dental nurse, or she's in training of being a dental nurse. Why can't I do nothing with this? Gather flames to cleanse the sarcophagi? Is that the plural for sarcophaguses? It must be. Sarcophagi? Sarcophagi? How the fucking hell do you say that word? Okay, well, it's done. Now imagine what happened to the healthcare systems of those countries of origin for all of those dentists that are now here. And one start thinking if also that's fair. Well, I mean, the reality is that healthcare is wildly underfunded, you know, on a global scale, isn't it? We seem to have our priorities a little bit twisted these days in terms of where we should be spending money. Apparently, you know, sure, on a country-by-country basis, you should probably look after your own before you look after everybody else. But there is still a bit of a, you know, there should still be a bit of a global effort to make sure everybody's getting looked after. Yeah, ChatGPT ain't never going to fix your fucking teeth, is he? Slay undead and burn their souls. I've been trying. I've ran out of undead to slay. Everybody will just end up with turkey teeth and have to live with it. Still 58%. How did they not count? Oh, do we have to pick up these? Oh, hang on. What we got here? Bring the wicked souls to the spirit pyres to purify them. You can carry up to 3 at once. Okay, so once we've got some of these, then we've got to take them back, burn them up, cook them, get them cooked. 58 turns into 85. Okay, that's not bad going. One more. At least this is good practice for figuring out what the hell you got to do for all of these events before it goes live in a couple of weeks. I wonder if it's only certain mobs that give the... What are you in? Oh yeah, pigeons, come back here. Not fighting in the... Not fighting in the goo! Fight on dry land. My poor goblin feet can't do all this venomous goo. Oh, these are not... Okay, these are unique drop as well. Golson grabbed both of those two. That's probably enough to finish the event though, I'd imagine. Hey, corroded pouch. Love to see it. Another set of corrosive coins, mist crests, void light marl. How many am I up to? 1,229. Okay, halfway. If I can get 2,500, I get my next coin. Which will be the ability to then gather coins whilst gathering. Which is then when we'll switch to the druid and see how lucrative that is. Or viable. Lucrative it doesn't need to be, but viable would be useful. I seem to be able to get 30 corrosive coins basically per pull. Now I don't know what the per hour coin farm on this is right now, but it's a couple of thousand coins an hour at least right now. And it would be more if you were just like trying to nuke the zone, I think. So if we use like 2,000 to 3,000 coins an hour as a baseline, it'll be interesting to see what the equivalent will be when we're gathering. Farming on the PTR, you've hit rock bottom. Well, I'm kind of trying to decide if when the game goes live, it's better to go the left-hand side of the tree or just go with the more coin farming perks on the right-hand side of the tree. Because, of course, you got to choose initially. We've got 60 coins from that one pull. Can I get that without standing in the goo? One of the initial perks is also you take like 75% less damage from standing in the... we're both on the same quest. Step A, Toxic Tour, complete the temple incursion. Yeah, I don't know how we're gonna be able to do these incursions. Oh, here's one right now. Wait for the supply wagon to depart. Oh, we got to then save the wagon. Oh, balls. I got to get all the way back somehow. Sneaky. 6, 7. Oh, I need one more. One more. Oh, don't leave me on needing one more. That's not fair. Oh, I ain't got time. Oh, there's one that... No, that's not one. There's one over there. Oh, can I just sneaky through here? Need to get to that supply wagon and defend it. Oh, it's on the move already. On the move. Go. I'm nearly there. I'm nearly there. Beep beep. Just a goblin on a love rocket coming through. Oh my god, it's already getting nuked. Right, this one. Oh, repairs, look. Yes, get repaired. Why didn't my repairs work? How much fucking health have these things got? Jesus. Ow! Find some repairs. I'm trying. Oh, you can fit so much venom in this supply wagon. The fact that these are basically... The fact that these are hardly soloable in a duo with both full mythic gear is a scary situation for when this game goes live. You could you might not be completing these unless you're actually in like a proper full group. I've got some repairs. The aggro range is bananas, look. Stuff gets pulled from Africa. Oh look, these are all named mobs as well. Oh shit, I'm dead. I'm like Omega dead. Fucking stupid pet. I'm dead. Go, pigeon, go! Oh, we dead. We dead. Await the tide of serpents. Oh no, that's not even... Okay, we failed that incursion. The wagon's dead. I'm going to assume when the patch goes live, there'll be a lot more people in the zone doing these events. Well, there absolutely has to be, because if you're on a low pop server and you're trying to, like... This feels... It gives the impression to me that what Blizzard have done is they've designed this zone and they've been like, right, to give people a taste of what this zone is going to be like, we'll put the heroic mode in Najtal and Val. And that will give people a taste and get people, you know, used to forming groups to complete world content. And then we'll release this zone and people will be used to it. And surely everybody will like it, right? It's kind of worrying that they might have made the decision to build this zone in this way without the public perception and without the public feedback of these two new mini zones for like, and I can pretty unanimously state, now I'm in a bit of a bubble here clearly, but I don't know many people that liked the heroic mode in these new zones. Like I said, I'm willing to accept I'm in a bit of a bubble with this sort of stuff, but there's the fact that that seems to have been the teaser for what's to come with this zone is slightly concerning. Because you can be running around in full myth gear from Season 1 and just get absolutely ruined in this zone. You pull 2 mobs, you're dead. You're done. You basically group up for this area or you just toast. Which, I mean, is fine. It's just I don't think people will like it and I don't think people will be, like, completely ready for it. 1,400 coins. What did I say? I needed 2,500. Yeah. Do I have any more? Oh, have I got some more of these? Oh, I have. I got 2 more of these. That's another 200 coins. Oh, they're unique. Of course they are. There's 1.
May you always find victory.
1,600 coins. Mobs that ambushed you were so overtuned, took too much health points and just hit too hard. Oh, that's true. They were really gross in the new zone. Is the idea that it's hard, but as you unlock with coins, it gets easier? I mean, in theory, yeah. It's really difficult to test this because there's no way outside of just hard grinding it on the PTR to actually be able to, like, test this, right? I'm farming coins on the PTR in order to, like, get to some nodes that I think might be interesting to test. Like this one here, you may find corrosive coins whilst gathering. So when you know, once you've done a little bit of this, if you really despise it or you can't find that group, there is still a bit of a path to success maybe, because you can get coins by just herbing and mining or gathering lumber or whatever in the top part of the zone. But you know, I'm trying to get the coins to see just how useful is this. Do you get one herb? Do you get like 1 coin per herb? If that's the case, you ain't never going to worry about it because you need about, we did the maths, you need about 100,000 coins to fill this tree. Is my rough napkin maths guess on that. Assuming it goes up in 500 coin increments every level, there's 18 levels or 18 points or whatever. I'm wondering that if you get the first few and then can you just like herb mine to do it if you really don't like the farming of mobs. But some of the stuff in here, yes, is designed to be like, if you go this way, you can more safely traverse the pits of venom, reducing damage taken by 75%. That's so that you can stand in the goo and it doesn't hurt as much. Then spirits come to your assistance when you're in danger. How powerful are those spirits? You get to unlock additional spirits. There's a few things here that are designed to like increase your throughput and decrease incoming damage. But it's not, none of it's super exciting. Which is also kind of partly why I wonder just kind of like, why? Like there doesn't feel. It doesn't feel as if it's super. It doesn't feel as if it has a purpose. It's like this will be something that people grind out in week 1. Just because there's nothing else to do in week 1. The zone talent tree for the Void Storm was also completely irrelevant. I assume this will be the same. It feels very similar, to be honest, yeah. There's no real, like, there's no real purpose to why you would do this other than it'll be week 1, everybody will be in the new zone. There's no reason not to do it because there's no Mythic Plus, no raid. People will just grind this out because it's the thing to do in week 1. But you need, my napkin maths is you need about 100,000 coins to fill this tree, but you also need about 100,000 coins if you want all of the rewards from it as well. But if you only care about the pets and the mounts, it's 20,000 coins and you're done. So, you know, if you're only after the couple of pets and the mount, 20,000 coins and you can forget the rest of it. But if you want all of the transmog and everything, there's about 100,000 coins worth of goodies, and there's a lot of decor and stuff that's in here, if that's your jam. Which, of course, this is going to be repeat cost if you do like the decor. Decor collectors will probably take one of each items and then need to farm coins in theory for additional copies of. You can get the full altar for your player housing as well. I'd be intrigued to see if that is interactive. But yeah, there's about 100,000 coins worth of rewards here. 20k if you just care about pets and mounts. And the tree is about 100,000 coins to complete as well. So potentially, if you want to fill the tree and get all of the rewards, you're looking at about 200,000 coins. Which, even if you can get 20,000 coins an hour, you're looking at 10 hours of grinding in a raid, just running around nuking things. Which people will do in the first week, won't they? Now, I don't think you're getting 20,000 coins. Oh, I don't know. In a raid, it's difficult because things just might get absolutely giga nuked and you don't know what's going on. Like, you'll just be picking up thousands of coins an hour in a raid. But the worry is that the fun police of Blizzard will come out and put some cap or reduce the numbers or do something. You know what they're like. Yeah, there's the real big question mark on this talent tree of kind of like why. Doesn't sound fun enough that people would do it without the... No, like I said, the nodes in here only seem to slightly buff your ability to spend yet more time grinding mobs. Right? It's not like anything particularly flavorful from what I can see here. Like, it's real basic gameplay design of like ARPG style. Like, you grind a currency to get marginally better at grinding that currency until you've run out of grind and then you stop. Which in an ARPG, in an ARPG or a roguelike game, that's like the foundational gameplay design, but there's a level that's built on top of it, which is actually the fun gameplay. The grind currency to be able to grind currency faster foundation is just what the game is built on top of. The problem is the game that's being built on top of this is going to be in a raid group with 39 other people and just delete everything that you see on the map and loot all of the coins until you have enough. It's like, I don't know how. Yeah, it's just I don't know. I think there'll be mixed opinions on this, and I mostly think it'll be something that, Mythic Pluses, raiders who will have nothing else to do in the first week will just zerg it week 1 and then forget it ever exists. And they won't do it because it's overly enjoyable to do, they'll do it just because it's the thing to do that week until the thing they actually want to do turns up. Is kind of my take on what it'll be. I need to do a few more of these temple patrols to try and get the last of these coins I need. I need 2,500 coins for the next talent point, and I'm trying to acquire those because that unlocks the ability for me to gain coins whilst gathering. Then I can switch to my druid and just see how useful that node is at all. How do we get up there? How do we get up even further? Yeah, it's very how do I just I have like, oh, that pigeon didn't send me high enough up to get to where the treasures are. I have an analogy I use for a lot of Blizzard gameplay systems, which is that I feel that a lot of these systems are often like CV padding like systems. They're portfolio pieces. It's almost like the game designers are creating something that they know that will look good in their portfolio of work that they've done. Because it's guaranteed to get an awful lot of engagement in the first week. They will be able to harvest that data and then just say, look at this system I created. Look at how many people enjoyed it. Therefore, I am a good dev. And they can take that on with them to wherever life takes them past Blizzard. But I think the metric that's vastly ignored is how actual fun they are. And this one doesn't feel particularly fun. We should try the next one. This is the Earth and Sky one again. Oh, the next incursion's in 2 minutes. So yeah, we'll give the next incursion, whatever it is, a go. I won't get too involved in doing anything. This is like Omnium 2.0 or what? Well, it's kind of in that same vein. It's meant to be your sort of like mini player power for the season. This obviously was like your end of season catch up stuff. Even though they had like a 5-week grind on it. This has 2 functions. The Altar of Corrosion is the coin grind, and most of what you get in here just aids you grinding more coins more effectively. But the second part of this is the Corrosive Codex, which you need at least 8 corrosive souls to unlock the first sort of like bonus effect for your character, and then presumably at some other point past 8 you get a second one at some point. This is kind of partly why players will grind this in week 1, because it depends where you can take these bonuses. There's part of me that thinks that if these bonuses apply in the raid, then raiders will need to get access to 2 of their to however many souls are needed to get 2 before the raid comes out. Once again, you know, that's maybe the incentive for raiders, for Mythic Pluses to go and do this, because they'll need to unlock their 2 traits from the Codex. Because there's a good chance that Blizzard will make these quite powerful, and there'll be combinations of these that will be like, yeah, that's the combo that this class uses, for example. This Corrosive Codex system has subtly changed across the PTR. Its current form is basically quite passive and is linked to this. Before, at the very beginning of the PTR, there was no real link between the 2. Hang on, where's this incursion starting? It's about to begin. Complete the current strike to begin the incursion. Oh, okay. So we need to do this one first. then the incursion will kick off. Like I said, their kind of way of incentivizing you to do this, potentially, is that if raiders are going to need... If raiders are going to need those 2 buffs for when the raid launches, you know, your guild leaders will be like, right, go get your... Go farm this for a week. Go farm 100,000 coins to get your 2 player power buffs for the start of the raid. Which is the incentive to do it, but not, it won't necessarily fill people with enthusiasm, I don't think. Because it will just be that. It will be just run around in a raid group, nuke absolutely everything you see. The fastest way to farm the coins will just be to, like, nuclear detonate every mob you possibly can. Doing the little mini events and the incursions and things will just be a passive bonus on top of just running around in a raid group deleting everything. Oh, well, there we go, look. Corrosive coins, yeah, there we go. Estimated amount needed to obtain the remaining things, 107,000, yeah. That's not including the amount that you need to pump into your talent tree. That's just going to be to get one of each of the rewards. I napkin mathed it at about 100k, yeah. Right, this one worked for me earlier. Yeah, Blizzard hasn't given their take on the release date, but most people are assuming middle of August, yeah. I can't see the flying orbs now. Oh, well, okay. Well, somebody's getting them. Echo Method leaked it 2 weeks ago on social media and then deleted the post. Yeah, I mean, it's, whilst it's not official, it's 99% that it's, going to be in... Oh. Okay, we're fine. It's 99% that it's going to be second week in August. Pac-Man Simulator, there we go. So that should have triggered the incursion now. That's what it said, right? Complete the strike to trigger the incursion. Yo, if completing that has sharded me onto a different layer that now doesn't have the incursion, that is super gross. Okay, oh, Gonson can't see the incursion either.
I'm listening, my friend.
Let me fly back to the foothold and see if just, like, you need to see it or something. Date-wise... Yeah. Tuesday the 11th or 12th for Team EU seems Very probable. Very probable. Aha, prepare for the ritual. Wait for Thusday, the spirit caller, to prepare the site. Let's see what this one does. Okay, now what's occurring? Oh, delivered offerings. Up to 21 offerings required. So we now just need to go and farm a bunch. I mean, I guess one thing I would say about the corrupted coins and the farming of it and stuff like that is that I am way less incentivized by the carrot on the stick these days. That is another pet and another mount and a transmog set that's a recolor of something else. To an awful lot of people, probably to the vast majority of the players, that becomes the reason to go and do something. They see the mount, they want the mount. What do I need to do to get the mount? I need to play this silly game mode for 10 hours. That, in most cases, is a gameplay loop that's sufficient. The problem is I'm just way less enthused by that these days. Another mount to the collection, another pet to the collection, don't mean jack to me. I'm actually more looking for an interesting, you know, I look past that sort of like hazy reward structure when trying to decide if I like, you know, the event that's put in front of me. Some people are turned on by like a big stat stick, player power or buff or something. Some people get their kicks from, you know, yet another mount or a pet or something like that. I'm way more interested by there being just fun gameplay mechanics of the core thing. I prioritize the gameplay, and then if the rewards are cool, I'll get the rewards. Happy days. Yeah, you got to hand these in one at a time, which is also a choice. There's a few of us here, but it might still make completing this a bit of a challenge. I think I found a big change in 12.1, but I can't say it. I'm speculating on it. Okay. Oh my god, I'm getting deleted. Hello? Oh, my pet's been on flipping passive mode. Whoops. Yeah, I'm toast. Oh my god, if I survive this. Oh my god, I should not be alive right now. I'm a boring mythic raider. I'm looking forward to the new raid. That's what drives me. Yeah, I mean, if there's a specific endgame activity that really, you know, does it for you, the new zone and whatever is just like, just, you know, it's cannon fodder, isn't it? It's just something to keep you busy until the new raid or the new Mythic Plus season turns up. As a player that doesn't really do much endgame raiding or Mythic Plus, I tend to look for the world content to be my... The world content for me is my main... Like, this is the thing that I hope will keep me enjoying the game through the next 6 months. I fall into a different category of players to a lot of people. But while I think I fall into a different category, I equally think that it's a category that's still pretty large. So you would hope it's accommodated for well. Obviously, my number one is, you know, something interesting goal-making wise, but I've come to the realization that that interesting thing as far as goblineering and goal-making is mostly front-loaded at the beginning of an expansion. So I kind of hope that Season 2... The last couple of expansions, for example, we had the Undermine last expansion as Season 2. The Undermine of which also brought with it the Mechanica system, which was a wild ride of an adventure, and very much kept me busy throughout all of Season 2. Back in Dragonflight, our Season 2 adventure was Dracothists for many players, setting up the alt armies for pumping out Dracothists, hopefully not getting skamazed by the people exploiting it at the beginning, and a few other bits and bobs. Less so Season 2 in Dragonflight, but equally, second season in Dragonflight, people were still very obsessed with the new crafting system, because it was, you know, people who done goofed the first season of Dragonflight's profession implementation saw Season 2 as their first opportunity to, right, now I understand this, now I'll give it a proper go. Of course, we had elemental lariat shenanigans and work orders and all of this sort of business, so the unfortunate reality for me is that Season 2 in Midnight isn't really looking as if there's much that's going to grab me and keep me entertained for very long. As a, you know, as a specific kind of player that mostly focuses on world content and professions and stuff. Maybe blueprints for the purpose of decor. If blueprints and player housing and decor gets another boom of interest, then really pushing forward with the decor crafting and selling again might be of strong interest. But there's lots of you know, there's lots of ifs, buts and maybes in these sentences here, which isn't super, I'm not super enthusiastic about. Although, one thing I would say is that Mechanica wasn't really fully understood or fully worked out until way after the expansion had launched. The patch had launched, I should say. There was very few people who really got on board with Mechanica really quickly. There was a handful of people that understood the rarity and how to go about getting them before the patch went live. There was an awful lot of people that didn't. And I'm going to be honest, I didn't have quite the plan set up for Mechanica turning up ahead of time, so, you know, who's to say I've even found the system that will keep me entertained this time? Who knows? By blueprints, do you mean selling finished housing, layouts, or interiors? Well, the blueprint system allowing you to basically copy and import and export entire rooms within player housing will have a couple of effects, I think. One, I think it will drive people back to player housing that maybe had a good go at it in December when it first came out, but have not really touched it since. And the reason for not really touching it since is they built their house and they didn't want to delete it in order to try and make another one. But blueprints will allow players to experiment a lot more. I'm not really convinced that, well, I know categorically I'm not the creative kind of person that's going to come up with interesting houses and layouts and then, you know, paywall them behind my Patreon or something. No, like, there'll be a market for that, for sure. It just won't be a me market. But you'll definitely see some of that. There'll be, like, community-made rooms and houses that will start being shared about. And for me, as a bit more of a goblin, the goblin side of that is that, well, there's a strong chance that there'll be an uptake, you know, there'll be a greater demand for the crafted housing items because they're easy-ish items to get your hands on and will probably be focused or included in quite a lot of the designs that then get shared around everybody else. Blueprints is massive for housing in general. And there'll be, you know, knock-on effects to that, I think. Possibly, maybe. Defeat. Oh, we lost. Wait. Oh. Oh, was that it? Did we just lose again? Oh. Right. Right, I'm about giving up trying to do these insurgent. These are... These are fucking impossible unless you've got a full group of people who know what they're doing. Apparently. Most of the items will be from vendors, in my opinion. Well, I mean, yeah, sure. But, you know... Crafted decor was some of the first decor implemented, so it's often will be some of the stuff that's in people's collections. 1,800 coins. I need 2,500. Ugh. Sure. I've only been playing this for a couple of hours across the PTR in a couple of different play sessions, and I'm already looking forward to zerging this in a few days and then not having to worry about it, which is kind of not the gameplay loop. You know, you would kind of want to be like, oh yeah, I really want to do more of this. That feeling's not there right now. This is easily the worst 0.1 patch since Shadowlands. Yeah, I like, if I look at the 3 most recent expansions, Dragonflight, The War Within, and Midnight, I would agree. I would wholeheartedly agree. And I'm going to be honest, Korthia was better than this. Like, I'm ever so slightly biased because anything in Shadowlands was a win for me because it just printed money. Like, Legos were a thing. Unfortunately, in comparison terms, Shadowlands gets +3 bonus points every time because it did the thing that allowed me to make millions of gold. Like, that's, in my books, that's a win. And so Shadowlands gets a pass for me in that regard. But yeah, like Korthia, I would still say was actually better than this. And I know Korthia didn't particularly go down well with a lot of people. The fact that the blacksmithing alloy is now gone, it seems like they planned for stuff but ended up it being canned. The blacksmithing alloy was never in the game, I want to point out. Even in week 1, it wasn't in the game in any way, shape or form, I don't think. It was something that was, you know, this is where something being data mined. A lot of people base their information on what Wowhead data mines. But to my understanding, it was never actually in the game. An item data mined in the code is like so very different to it being a feature that's added and then removed. Like before the launch, in the beta, we had the, oh, what was it called? baby spark system, or what I called it, the baby spark system anyway. The thing within engineering where you would be able to make sparks, which would allow you to make cosmetic variations of the endgame gear. Like, that was something that they added to the game and actively took it out of the game for whatever reason. That is always frustrating to see. But something like the blacksmithing alloy, it's just a data mined line of code in the game files that I don't think was actually ever even in the game. I really liked the gameplay of the Legos. It was like setting up and running a factory. Yeah, I mean, that's how I described it to people. You often had to... Because also back in Shadowlands... Yeah, the odious alloy, yeah, it's not a thing anymore. There could be another use for it, you know, who knows? It could, you know, it could be tagged as being like a, you know, a Season 3 legendary item or legendary reagent or something, but... Oh, it was in the blacksmithing recipe list, was it? Oh, okay. Well, they clearly had some plans for it, but it's no more either way. Yeah, the thing is Shadowlands Legendaries was a system for sure. The problem is it just wouldn't work. Like I said at the time, I didn't ever want them to repeat the Shadowlands Legendary system. It was unique and it was interesting for an expansion, but I'm happy that it's been and I'm happy that it's gone. I also don't think that they could re-implement the Shadowlands Legendary system today and it be anywhere near as potent, because it lived and died on the fact that every single server was individual. There wasn't region-wide auction houses. There wasn't you know, there wasn't one pool of materials. It kind of meant that every single server had its own micro economy, and the Shadowlands Legendary system really padded out that economy. It gave a lot of reason for consistent farming of base materials. It gave those on that specific realm, and that was the point. You had to have lots of gold, and you had to have it on that realm, and it opened up the doors for people on smaller servers who had been consistent with goal making over the years to make a name for themselves as one of the big crafters on... You could be a big fish in a small pond, which was quite fun with Shadowlands Legendaries. At the start of Shadowlands, was a big fish in a small pond. I played on a medium pop server, and I was one of like 4 people who were serious about selling the legendaries. It was only halfway through Shadowlands I started replicating that same system again on bigger servers. I went to Tower Mill and I went to Draenor. I went to 2 other big realms, try and repeat the process. But the thing is nowadays is that entire system just wouldn't work. There's no ability in the game anymore for you to be like a really big fish in a small pond outside of like crafting orders, maybe, sort of, possibly. If you're the guy that can be relatively well known for having all of the recipes and being able to craft all of the stuff at rank 5, then you can kind of make a name for yourself in that way. But it doesn't have the same pizzazz as the Shadowlands Legendary system. There's nothing you can do as a crafter with work orders other than get the knowledge points, than just sit in trade chat hoping somebody comes along and needs something. So the work order system, you can be a big fish in a small pond if you do it on a smaller server, but it's like Shadowlands Legendaries light. It's kind of it's never had the same appeal to me, really. It unfortunately seems to take the worst aspects of the Shadowlands Legendary system, which was when somebody would whisper you, I've got all of these materials, can you make this legendary for me? And some people were always quite surprised when my answer was no, there's one on the auction house. Just buy the one I've already made. It's on the auction house. People were like, I don't want to buy the one off the auction house, and I'm like, why? Because it's got 5% margin in it. They wanted me to craft theirs, and they then didn't want to pay for the luxury. And in the 10 minutes it would take me to craft their legendary, I'd have missed 15 sales on the auction house. It was odd. It was weird. I'm glad it happened because it was very fun at the time, but I'm also glad it's never coming back. Hopefully. Maybe. Probably. Anyway, story time with Manthias. I need to farm these flipping coins. I need like 600 more coins. Come on, let's just lock in. 600 coins. It should be a piece of piss, right? 600 more coins. Do a couple more of these temple patrol jobs. Kill a few purple mobs and we should be good. You can't change talents on the Altar of Corrosion. Apparently not, no. Not that I've been able to find out how to either, anyway. Oh, I can only pick up 3 of these at a time. Alright then, well let's do the thing then. Oh, my outrageous lack of aggro on my pet is also tough to deal with at the moment. One, two, need one more. Right. What's this other debuff? Creatures within this gas may be imbued with additional abilities. Oh, okay, sure, whatever. Maybe I'm an old-fashioned, but I'd really like to see content again that's exclusive to my class. Like in Legion, absolutely love the legendary quests and things like that. Yeah, I think there's a lot of people that would agree with that one. Super time consuming for Blizzard to make that sort of stuff though. This is where I think this is one of the downsides of this 8-week patch cadence that they now sort of live in, is that I don't think we are really gonna see quite niche content like that, unfortunately, as there just is not. And unless it's something that's like seriously planned way ahead of schedule sort of thing. Legion was an incredible, like, with hindsight, Legion was just fantastic because it actually had nearly twice as much development time as a lot of other expansions get, because it was meant to come out before Warlords of Draenor, and then they swapped them around relatively last minute. We paid for Legion with 14 months of Siege of Orgrimmar. Well, yeah, that's kind of it. There's way less chance that we'll see that sort of. Unfortunately, it's way less chance we'll see that element of creativity from Blizzard with like current day Blizzard. Gather flames to do what are we doing? Yeah, we got the selfie patch though. Let's not forget the selfie patch. I mean, this is kind of what sparked the we get, you know, the mindset of that we have one good expansion, then one bad expansion, then one good expansion, then one bad expansion. You know, that Blizzard have obviously never come out and confirmed that's like their goal or their aim. But this is what players for years kind of half assumed, that, oh, okay, well, we get a good, you know, we pay for one expansion with the other sort of thing. And then lots of people were confused why we got BFA and then Shadowlands. But yeah, you win some, you lose some. I mean, the fact that there's clearly two different teams that are responsible for the live expansions. Yeah, Team A, Team B, yeah. It's been clear as day to me that this entire expansion has been pretty much unanimously made by the Dragonflight team. There's so many elements of this expansion that just scream as if they were made by the same people. You know, it's got just the same, you know, vibe about things. Need to gather flames. I guess it was from these guys, wasn't it? I think instead of it being like a Team A, Team B situation now, I think there's quite clearly a Team C involved somewhere here, because everything that we seem to see coming out of Blizzard indicates that what we've got in our hands right now, and what we have recently seen, and what we should expect to see in the last Titan, is all kind of, you know, much of a muchness, whilst they are, I believe, it looks to me as if they're you know, keeping us busy with the expansions we've got now, whilst they're working on whatever's coming after the last Titan. That's just my take on it, but it feels very much like, I've kind of said it a few times, but I kind of think that from a story perspective and from a content perspective, they've kind of taken what probably should have just been like one good expansion, and they've split it into like 2 or 3. The fact that we seem to get some zones that are clearly hacked together from old pieces of content, and then we seem to get like one zone and expansion that feels like it's actually been custom made and designed with like modern mindset. I mean, look at Koresh, for example. Koresh is the absolute best example of a zone that was clearly borrowed off the chopping room floor, you know. Koresh was not a zone that was a modern day zone. It was very, very clearly hacked together from like asset flips. Blizzard asset flips, in fairness, but... Well, Siren Isle was a old island expedition zone, but Koresh was like... Koresh was nothing, it didn't even look remotely like a modern zone. Not even close. And no, it was, you know, the aesthetic was meant to be pretty dormant and whatever, but there was no way that Koresh had been designed and created recently. It had been hotfixed to work, to be the final patch. The Undermine was clearly the zone that was modern and designed for the times. I thought the same back in Dragonflight, where we had the Zaralek Cavern and then the Emerald Dream. I felt Zaralek Cavern was probably designed for the time, But then I felt the Emerald Dream was just kind of hacked together asset flip. They copy-pasted humongous amounts from the Zaralek Cavern into the Emerald Dream. The only thing is I'm also not really convinced that this zone we're playing in is particularly modern or new. I think this has claimed an awful lot of assets from somewhere else, and it's just had like this void zone, you know, mini game system layered on top of it. This is just copied from Zaralek Caverns, in my opinion. Yeah, they've clearly taken very, very heavy design incentives from somewhere else and will have just like copy pasted huge parts of it. This does feel like the zone that's probably hacked together. You know, if my theory is even somewhat true, if they had like plans for 3 zones, because let's not forget, before we went into like this 8-week cadence and before we went into this World Soul Saga, we were living in a time where expansions were 2 years long, and we had 4 seasons, didn't we? An expansion launch and then 3 bonus zones. Back when that was the case, if they had the design for a big expansion with 3 separate zones, it feels to me like they've pulled those 3 apart, put one in one expansion, one in another expansion, and one in another expansion, and then they've had to create 3 filler zones to make each one a 3-season expansion. This is how it kind of looks and feels to me. Now, I don't have any insider knowledge to prove any of this. This is purely theory, but it feels very much like they've pulled one expansion apart with zones that they'd planned to be in those, and they've then, right, we'll make a filler zone out of just, you know, we'll hack it together quickly. That allowed them to take 3, it allowed them to take one expansion as a whole and split it into 3. It gave them, I think, probably extra manpower and time. So instead of what should have just been 2 years worth of content, a 2-year expansion, they've basically been able to split that over nearly 5 years. By, you know, putting a B team in to create an extra couple of zones, pad the expansions out. Can we take one major zone, plus the expansion launch content, obviously, but can we take one major zone, pad it with another one, spread it across 18 months and call that an expansion? And in doing so, I'm hoping what is actually happening is this is meaning that since Dragonflight, they've been working on what they plan to launch after The Last Titan, which would be the big overarching project that they've been working on for like a long time. It's a theory, but the more you look into it, the more it sort of starts to make sense. Yeah, we had 3, you know, we had 4 seasons, or we had 0.3 patches, and then they decided to switch it up and start giving us these fated seasons, and then they just kind of got rid of it entirely and distracted us with remixes. And a lot of what seems to be happening over the last 5-6 years with Blizzard seems to be very much delay tactics. Let's just keep people busy, and instead of giving them the 2 years of content we kind of planned, let's try and keep them busy for 5 years, which gives us 3 full calendar years to work on the next big adventure, is kind of how it sort of feels to me.
Do you need protection?
But there's a strong chance I read into this way too much. Way too much. Oh, it's this stupid shrine ones again. Oh, I mean, this was next to impossible last time to do even one of them, never mind all 3. I don't know how I'm going to be able to actually do an incursion on the PTR. I might just farm up my 2,500 coins and then try something else. I think if the last Titan isn't all kinds of Legion epic, there will be issues. Well, the thing that I worry about is I don't think the last Titan is the start of something new. I think it's the last of the current, if that makes sense. I think this, you know, this plan, this business model they're working to includes the last Titan. I don't think the last Titan is the something new. I think the something new is after the last Titan, which means they might also be padding the last Titan. I'm going to look like some sort of, you know, crystal ball mystic meg wizard if my theory does end up being even remotely close to true, but plus we'll probably also never find out. But like I said, it's a theory. We all love a good speculation. I'm going to be honest, most of this comes from the mindset of follow the money. When you kind of follow the money, it starts to make a lot of sense. Being a MMO, being a live service, being something that's always on and players are always expecting something, you can kind of see the troubles that Blizzard have had over the years with trying to continuously produce good content. 14 months of Siege of Orgrimmar was absolutely categorically something they never want to repeat again, because, you know, it nearly killed the franchise, quite simply. If you probably, like, we don't get the information, but if you look at the sub numbers, you will probably see terrible things happening during that period of time. And so when you start following the money, you start to think about, well, what would they do as a business to make sure that never happens again? Well, they need to produce something new. They know that the game is best part of 20 years old. You know, it's had Band-Aid over Band-Aid over Band-Aid over Band-Aid. They know that eventually they have to do something major. So how do they orchestrate doing something major? Well, they have to pull a bunch of people, a bunch of development time, and dedicate a bunch of money to working on that something new. But how do they make sure that they keep everything running smoothly during that period of time? Well, that big something new is clearly going to take more than 18 months or 2 years to make, isn't it? Because what they've been able to pump out as expansions for the last 20 years has been the cumulative effort of 2 years worth of Blizzard. But 2 years worth of Blizzard isn't enough to make the big shiny something new. So if the big shiny something new takes 5 years, then we've got to take an expansion and then we've got to spread it out and we've got to keep people busy until we can launch the something new. But anyway, speculation, what do you think will be Classic Plus? That's a very good question, because I don't know. I'm really not sure what they might cook up for Classic Plus. It's kind of a little bit. It's kind of Classic Plus. I think is going to be one of those where everybody will have different expectations of it, and I think it's very much going to be difficult for Blizzard to meet expectations with Classic Plus. Some people just literally want Classic again, like hashtag no changes. Like, you know, some people want that extreme, where some people very, I mean, it's going to be the launch of Classic again with whatever they do with Classic Plus, I think. Especially if we are to put any faith in any of the leaks that have happened in the last few months, indicating that, for starters, Classic Plus might still be like 18 months away. You know, it could still be earmarked for like a late 2027 launch. If that's the case, people have got a long time to, you know, think about what they want. Are they going to create that like Are they going to just use... They can't just shit out vanilla again, can they? This is the thing. They just can't. It's quite clear the whole World Soul Saga is to finish up everything that they had up in the air. Wouldn't call that speculation even. I've been extremely surprised if what comes after that isn't something else than what they haven't... than what they've done before. The argument, and at least the public, the public, you know, the public relations take on this was that they brought back what's his name in order to do that, in order to like tie up the loose ends of the storyline and stuff and work towards something new. Like that's, yeah, I mean that's, he stood on a stage and told everybody that, but you have to remember that what they come out and tell people publicly is probably very different to, you know, what they're actually doing behind the scenes. Classic people keep playing vanilla though, somehow. Well, classic vanilla has a very unique appeal to it because it really does epitomize the single character. Whereas retail now is way more on the MMO side of MMORPG, vanilla is the exact opposite. It's way, way, way heavier on the RPG side, which is why it seems to appeal to like... People tend to fall in one camp or the other. If you're very content with playing one character, never playing more than one character, you want that sense of progression. You've got 60 hours worth of leveling your character and slowly gearing them up, and then you have the end game that is doing a little bit of raiding. You know, that's what some people absolutely crave, which you just don't get in retail. Like, it couldn't be further from the truth in retail. Retail is the exact opposite. The expectation in retail is for you to run multiple characters, to do the same thing multiple times, grind some arbitrary thing for some sort of appearances and whatever, and then repeat the same process every 6 months. Retail is arcade mode. I've always called it arcade mode. That you should, in theory, or at least this was the case up until recently, be able to dip into retail, blast it for a few weeks or months, and then put it down and wait until the next season starts again. This 8-week cadence and 0.5 patches and 0.7 patches bringing like events and stuff like that has kind of made it more difficult to put the game down again, which is arguably going back to like the Shadowlands BFA approach of where you were never done. Partly what people hated about flipping Azerite necklaces and stuff was that you were never done. You couldn't finish. There was no finish line. And people just, you know, grinded themselves into the floor. But yeah, retail, like, even though they're both World of Warcraft games, like, Classic and Retail couldn't be more different if you tried. So I get why they appeal to, like, very different audiences. And some people are just, like, absolutely desperate for that old school, nostalgic, good quality RPG style. But what people want is they want the modern day polish that you get with Retail. The high definition graphics and the, you know, the voice acting and the, you know, the dedicated storylines and the, you know, all of the quality of life features and functionality. Yet they want all of that while still simultaneously holding on to that RPG experience that Classic was. Oh, I'm absolutely dead again. I want to point out, I'm running around in full myth gear, by the way. And I'm still getting my ass handed to me pulling one pack of mobs in this zone. Classic was fun the first time around. Don't need to do it again though. That's my take with it. I'm kind of quite happy to let nostalgia be nostalgia when it comes to vanilla. I played it when it was vanilla. I enjoyed it for what it was when it was vanilla. The thought of like, and the issue is that you can never fully repeat. My opinion is you can never fully repeat it. I'm big on the journey in these games. I'm really big on the journey, and part of the journey is figuring stuff out and working things out. It's kind of why I have gone from really loving the profession system in retail to really being annoyed by it, because there's nothing else to figure out. The journey of understanding is complete, and it was complete 2 expansions ago for me. That's a me problem, I know. Brand new players to Midnight, still desperate to try and work out how to make some gold off the profession system. But there's also a shitload of people just like me who figured it all out in Dragonflight and then took the modest amount of changes in the War Within and ran with it, but have now started to play Midnight and be like, well, you've just cut half of it out. I'd kind of humour going on the same journey again if there was at least some subtle changes, but going on the same journey with less interesting things to look at on the way there is less interesting, very simply. And I don't like the end game grinds. It's why I'm not a big fan of Mythic Plus. It's why I'm like, I don't mind the raiding side of things. I just don't have the schedule that works for raiding. But I don't like Mythic Plus because it's just a grind. You just repeatedly do the same thing over and over again. And it's at that point in the game I lose interest really quick. It's just my, that's just my style of play. So I get the appeal for like classic in terms of the fact that you get far more of the RPG, far more of the journey. And I think this is what lots of people want with Classic Plus. They want something new to figure out, a new journey to go on, but with it mattering and having purpose like it did back in vanilla, where you'd have a character and it would take you 60 to 100 hours to level your first character up, and then when you get to max level there's another 60 to 100 hours worth of stuff to do at max level. That's the journey people want to go on again with Classic Plus, I think. Or it's at least the journey that I would entertain then, like, taking a look at, you know? I want Pokemon Red, but with the Switch level polish. Yeah, if you could replicate that original Pokemon Red and Blue feel, I'd be all over that. I think I had Pokemon Red and then I had Pokemon Yellow. And then I had Silver and my brother had Gold. And after that, there wasn't much time for Pokemon after that. Okay. Red, blue, and yellow. Well, if you wanted to, you know, complete your Pokédex, you needed at least red and blue, didn't you? There was, yeah, you went from red, blue, and yellow to silver and gold. Then didn't you have like crystal and ruby? Was it crystal and ruby, or was it emerald and ruby? I can't remember. But yeah, I never made it past silver and gold. Or the sort of, what do you call it, like second generation Pokemon. It's for me, interestingly, it was the same with Pokemon Go. After the second generation of Pokemon were added to Pokemon Go, I couldn't care less. Because I didn't have that nostalgia value. I didn't know who the Pokemon were, didn't know what they did, couldn't care less about it. Like, Generation 1 Pokemon Go was like peak entertainment for one summer. Gen 2 was fine because I mostly knew what they were and who was cool and who wasn't. Then after that, like, my knowledge stopped. and I wasn't willing to learn. I think Classic Plus needs to be borderline a new game, but with that classic vibe. Combat for it to have any sort of longevity. If they listen too much to Classic community, it's too carefully changing things. It'll be 3 months of hype and then it'll die. Like I said, I don't really think that people want particularly an MMO. They want 200 hours of classic entertainment, but they just... It's like Call of Duty, or if you play Battlefield or Call of Duty, you want the same game, you just want a new map, which I think is what people for Classic Plus probably want. They want vanilla, just a new map. A new quest line, new raids, you know, another 120 hours of content that's classic, but just new content. Something that they can create a character. It has that vanilla feel, all of the emotions you get from leveling up that one character. You know, it takes you an hour and a half every level, and then you get one talent point, and you decide where you spend that one talent point. And everything is meaningful, and everything is slow, and everything's methodical, but everything matters and counts. They just want a new map. Is what I tend to think the best way to sum it up. I don't think anybody wants to go back to Molten Core for the 17th time, you know. This is the thing. This is why I think that there needs to be substantial enough change. Otherwise you're going to have people like, why the fuck have we been waiting 3 years to go do Molten Core with 15 Frost Mages again? No, nobody cares. Nobody wants that. Season of Discovery was the closest thing I think they got to out of all of the like spin-offs that they've done. I think the original Season of Discovery was the closest spin-off to what I think people actually want. But even then it was difficult because it was still just vanilla again. You know, they changed the classes up a little bit and they kind of switched the meta around a little bit with Season of Discovery, but the foundation storyline and platform was still the same. You know, obviously them doing hardcore and now doing anniversary and all of this sort of stuff is just sort of like, you know, it's filler, isn't it? Season of Discovery was the changes that I think people want to the classes to mix it up enough, but still needs new map. You know, still needs that new map vibe, I think. My version of Classic Plus would look like this. The world I love has evolved. Villages have grown, regions have changed. I don't want new islands appearing out of nowhere every few years. Instead, I want the existing world simply as it's continued to develop. Already plenty of zones that became dead areas once you've spent a few hours leveling there. I mean, that would be a clever way of providing new map, wouldn't it? Like if you took, let's just say they slingshot 2,000 years ahead, right? With Classic Plus. You know, you know, bend the timelines as they can do as they please with, right? What would Eastern Kingdoms, you know, what would Eastern Kingdoms and Kalimdor look like 2,000 years ahead of time? You know, when Orgrimmar has been overrun and is ended up being a shithole, yet maybe, I don't know, maybe Feralis has developed enough, or, you know, Dustwallow Marsh is no longer a marsh or something, you know, and it's, you know, basically the same, but you play through the same story 2,000 years in advance. Could be kind of cool. This is what Blizzard will have to fight against, because there's going to be very distinct categories of players that will all want something different, and that's going to be quite the challenge for them to get right and to actually appease what everybody wants. I'm dead again here, aren't I? I've got a stun left. Now I'm screwed. You attack me as much as once, I am toast. Lose all aggro. Don't hit me with that. Got 10 seconds till I can heal. And my pet's dead. That means I'm dead. Interrupt. Oh, I haven't got an interrupt. Oh my god, I do not deserve to be alive. I'd rather go into the past. I'm forwards, backwards, either or. I think they have more creative license if you go forwards. Because in theory, the lore nerds will kind of have a good idea of what the past should look like. You know what I mean? It's there's a lot more creative license with now we're 2,000 years in the future. I mean, I'm not a lore nerd anyway, so correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I think it's probably easier to go forward than backwards, but who knows? No, snakes. Fuck off. Stro, how we doing? Welcome in, my man. Good afternoon to... Oh my god, is it 3 o'clock already? I've just been nattering and killing time on the PTR all day. Can't believe I've spent 4 hours farming the PTR today. That's actually bananas. Oh, I've got my 2,500 coins. Right, sack this off. Peace the fuck out. Give me that node that allows me to collect coins whilst gathering, and let's jump on the druid and see how that feels. See if coins whilst gathering is more viable than smashing your face against a keyboard, grinding mobs. I think everybody has a different idea of Classic Plus in their head. It won't quite be what everybody has come up with themselves. I think it'll be novel and new for time and then fade away. I think Blizzard knows that, and I think Blizzard kind of understands that, and this is why I'm pretty convinced that what they're actually just doing is stalling for time. That what we're experiencing in playing with retail right now is just quite simply, by design, keeping us busy. Keeping us busy until they can, you know, so that they have enough time to work on the something new. I mean, even Classic Plus, I think, is probably just like... Feels like Classic Plus could easily just be the something new, but for the Classic fellas. Because if they're shooting for a Classic Plus... What do we think they're... What's the timeline looking like on this, then? We've got... They're going to launch Classic Plus at or around a similar time to what I would expect them to be launching The Last Titan. I think. If any of the leaks have any truth in them whatsoever. There's often some truth in the leaks, but not always a lot. Right, anyway, we can now find corrosive coins whilst gathering around Atalutek. So in theory, I can bring a druid here and gather and find coins. Do we start at the beginning and just drop our rod in the venom, see if even fishing dishes up some coins before we take the druid out? Need a good fishing spot. Good fishing spot down here. Because there's no mobs. You're in combat. Of course I'm in combat. I think they make Classic Plus to not have such a divided Classic player base across 15 dead Classic modes, so they can close a lot of the servers. Classic Plus could definitely be the first single united server experience, I think. I mean, for ages now, I've thought that the concept of having different servers is just really old hat technology now. Instancing and sharding, now that we have so much stuff that is like cross-server guilds and all of this sort of stuff, I think Classic Plus is the first time where they could just say, right, you log in and you're in, right? No matter where you're playing, it's all one world that's sharded up based on ping, and you can group together with whoever the fuck you like, wherever you like. I think Classic Plus could be the first time we see something like that. And because you're right, yeah, we're like, every server's its own mini server thing, especially in Classic, doesn't really work anymore, does it? Everybody naturally hones in on like 1 or 2 servers, and then the rest of them are dead. I mean, even retail, it surprises me that retail's held on for this long with, like, you know, individual servers actually having reasonable population on. But even the EU is kind of merging into just 2 or 3 realms that everybody's on now. It's definitely that rule of 80-20. You've got 80% of the entire player base playing on, like, less than 20% of the servers. Well, I think we can safely assume that fishing is not classed as gathering for the purpose of getting coins with this talent. Unless we pull a chest out that's got 100 coins in it in a minute or something. So I'm going to assume it's more linked to urban ore nodes might now provide coins. Yeah, we can sack this off for sure. Let's head upstairs and maybe whack a couple of trees. See if tree farming is considered gathering. Let's just make sure we read the text again. You may find corrosive coin whilst gathering around Atalutek. Now, we are technically in the vault of Atalutek. Upstairs is technically the coiled isle, but there isn't any, to my understanding, there isn't any herbs or ore nodes in here. So it has to mean gathering upstairs, surely? Oh, if we don't test it, we don't know.
Is that your wallet? Or are you just glad to see me? Both, I hope.
Been a while since I caught you live. How's the goal making at the moment? Thank you very much for the prime, my man. 41 months, very impressive. Thank you very much. First and foremost. Goal making's in a bit of a weird place. A bit of a weird place that with what they did with the professions going into midnight by not really adding anything but just carving substantial amounts of it out has kind of really left it feeling awkward to a lot of players. You are mass crafting of anything. You are more so than ever fighting over single digit margins, which is hyper risky and not very fun for most people. Concentration, which was obviously pretty big in the War Within, has been pretty unanimously nuked across the board, meaning already it's worth hardly doing at all. Even if you've spent the time and effort setting up an alt army, most people are not getting more than 1 or 2 gold per point of concentration. You know, 1,000 gold on a character every 4 days doesn't excite many people. Unless you've magically stacked all alchemists, and then even then you're only making like 3 or 4 gold per point of concentration. So that's kind of a little awkward. The auction house, in terms of materials, are seeing end of expansion values after only the end of season 1, which is also pretty awkward. Most material farms, whether it be herbing, mining, fishing, skinning, you name it, are pretty unanimously below about 15,000 gold an hour, unless you're doing something pretty special, which is awkward. I think you might sense a pattern here. I think there's a bit of a pattern here that it's a weird landscape right now. The one thing that I think more people should get on board with, that I haven't seen anywhere near as much traction of, but those that have really given it a good go have seen some pretty good results, is crafting and selling decor. Farming up the lumber to craft the decor, to sell the crafted decor items on the auction house is, in my opinion, 2 steps above transmog farming in terms of profitability, but it's really one of the only viable things you can do on a regular basis that will, you know, make you something. It's rough, I guess, is the easy way to describe it. And it's not just, oh, we've just had a big explosive start of the expansion, of course it's going to be worse than the big, you know, it's not that natural. There's that natural downturn after the hype of an expansion launch, but it feels heavier than that this time with what they've done. It feels heavier than normal. Hoarding my wood, waiting for the 12-1 decor. Yeah, I think smart people are doing the same. In retail, at least you can ignore realms. Classic, you just have so many modes, and then each one of them is just practically dead for the most part. Yeah, I don't know what I would like. I don't know how I would recommend somebody start playing WoW these days. If there was somebody new to the game, when we had just Classic, I would probably say that your first 50, 60 hours of understanding the game are probably best spent in Classic. And my logic for that would be that it's just a lot slower of a pace. Like, if you are new to the game, then you would be like, oh, okay, these are the different classes. Okay, these are different spells. Oh, I slowly gain levels, and this is what the gear means, and this is what the stats on the gear means, right? As a brand new player, I think the new player experience from Classic is probably fine. If you've played World of Warcraft before, but not for years and years and years, then you jump back into retail and you blast retail because you probably already know mostly what you're doing. But yeah, with Classic now, it's difficult because you can't just say, oh yeah, go play Classic. And then they're like, well, which Classic? Oh, I don't know. You're on your own. Like, it's kind of a tough one, yeah. Let's go grab, I need to go whack some wood. Let me whack some wood, see if we get coins from picking up wood. This is technically gathering, right? We'll pick up some treasures as well. See if we start getting coins from treasures. Oh, that was a one-time treasure. Ah. Same icon. It's really hard to tell the standard one-time treasures from the normal treasures. It's not science unless you do it a few times, so we'll lumber a few trees. Most people recommend to start on the anniversary realm, which is TBC at the moment. See, even that seems illogical to me. That feels like it's... Ooh, what's going on here? That feels like it's dropping you into the middle of something. I think the hastily written note to some dude at the village. Okay. Wait, where's that? Where the hell are we handing that in? Amanzar village. Back over here? Why the Christ are we going back over there? Okay, that's a squirrel for another minute. Come back to that in a minute. What do you do with the coins? Well, the coins are part of the... you've asked me that like 5 seconds after I've left the zone. It's the mini player power system for the downstairs area here. Scrub back like an hour in the stream, and you'll it's everything I'm doing in the downstairs bit. It's the first expansion I've missed the launch for in a long time. Sounds like I've not missed too much. It's been an interesting few months, let's put it that way. Right, standard treasures at least don't seem to dish out. Standard treasures are not dishing out coins. Let's log the druid on that's got herbing and mining and see if they stand to pick up coins now. Let's try that. I believe retail could be overwhelming for new players. TBC provides the slower pace. Oh, that I agree with. Yeah, that I definitely agree with. Like the what is it called? The flipping first 45-minute zone. What's it called? You do the starter zone or you do that zone. It evades my brain. I've been live for too long. Exile's Reach. Exile's Reach, I think, is very good for new players. The problem is it only lasts till level 10. And then you are shit out of luck, you're on your own. If they were to build on Exile's Reach, I would definitely say then that sort of, you know, presents retail as being the best starting point for players. We need to unlock this one as well on the druid. You may now find corrosive coins whilst gathering. Let's head back upstairs and gather. Just realised. Are there definitely not nodes down here? Just thinking, I think I might have spotted a couple of nodes down here, you know. Let me do a lap on the pigeon, just so I don't have to fight shit.
I'm listening, my friend.
I could do with going and getting some cheat gear on this druid as well, actually. So if we do need to fight things, it's not a problem. Are there actually gatherable nodes downstairs? Treasures, sure. When you're not on a character that has herbalism or mining, it's really easy to completely miss any gatherable nodes. I don't think I've seen any downstairs. Well, there's nothing on our travels this way. Let's just make sure I'm not being really stupid. Let's make sure I'm actually tracking herbs and starters. Minerals, lumber, herbs, yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure there's any gatherable nodes down here anyway.
Sit down with me. Let me tell you a story.
I want
from
the
my
winds
day.
to hide me from sight. What the fuck does that mean?
But you didn't hear the end of my story.
Shrouded from sight, movement speed increased by 50%. Oh. Well, that's interesting. That's a cool button to know about that I didn't know about. Helps you get places a bit quicker. Needed. Okay, but I'm pretty safe in saying there's no gatherable nodes down here. So it must mean that you can now get coins from gathering herbs and ore upstairs. Seems to be the only option left, right? Now we've got to get to the other pigeon that's on this side in order to go upstairs. Yeah, I might have to go get some proper gear on this dude in a second just to test things more thoroughly. Take you upstairs. You're going to take a minute to fly. In theory, I can test most of that altar out by grinding out another couple of coins. Because, what did I say that you need 18 coins? 18 points to fill the whole tree. But with like 5 or 6 points and a few characters, you can test each path. You can't obviously test what the game feels like when you've got all of the talents available to you, but you can at least see each of them and see what they do. Also, one of the reasons to go get some proper gear on this toon is so that I can do the sieges upstairs, because apparently this then within a radius changes the types of nodes, which I had not discovered myself before. Because there's these, right, cursed nodes, which give you one of the new materials. Oh well, there we go. We got 3 corrosive coins. There's that answer. These things, the curse bound globes, are like a new moat, basically. Cursed nodes out here. Is every single loot now going to give us a few coins? 1 corrosive coin. Okay, it's not very fruitful, but it does work. I mean, if your aim is to spend hours and hours herbing and mining, then coins will add up over time. It's 1 to 3 coins per node. You are 100% better off just grinding mobs downstairs in a group. But, you know, consider it a byproduct, maybe. Consider the coins to be a bonus. I mean, it's not like you really need the benefits from the coins when you're herbing and mining anyway. 2 coins. Lumber doesn't work, by the way. lumber doesn't work for giving coins. It's for some reason not classed as gathering. So interestingly, this node is literally only of benefit to you if you happen to have herbalism or mining. If you don't, it's just a dead node that you have to pass through to get somewhere else. I want to come down here, see if by completing this we can force a few nodes of different type to spawn. Right, I haven't got much gear. Guardian druids don't die, right? That's the theory. Class-specific content's inefficient. Each hour of dev time for 10% of the player base. Each new class makes it worse. Yeah, I get that for sure. That's one of those things that's always difficult to argue for because people take it to extremes, right? The clear and obvious thing to say there is then, well, just have one class in the game. But that little bit of flavour occasionally for the different classes is what, you know, separates them apart. And there's an argument that if the flavour between classes is good enough, then it promotes replayability, which has done well in retail over the years. Why I like the quick expansions that there's so many things that won't change intra-expansion, like the class spells and the professions, etc. I've been kind of thinking for years that they want to go to a 12-month expansion cycle. I mean, we're halfway there with 18-month expansions, but I can very, very easily see them cutting out the middle patch. Having an expansion launch and then one extra season. You know, a beginning and an end. I'm not sure the middle bit holds huge value. There we go, look. Envenomated. It's now caused one of these bad boys. Hang on. Hang on. Oh, this might completely screw the stream. I apologize if this screws with the stream. Oh my god. Okay, so I can extract venom through this, purge the venom pulsing through the coiled oil. What's happening here? What's actually happening? It's just going down. What's actually happening? Do I just have to channel it for the entire time? I meant to stand in these. Oh, I can just pick them up. Okay. Okay. That one node got me 16 neutralized venom clots. Now, in theory, in and around this area, there could and there should be a few of those nodes, maybe? Shortly after completing that surge event. One thing I would say is there's absolutely nothing indicate... Oh, 8. Oh, no. 3. 3 corrosive coins. There's nothing on the map that indicates that those nodes might be in this area now.
A scout spotted crabs off the coast. I bet some fresh crab
It's,
meat would cheer up the troops.
Okay, it makes collecting those materials way more situational. First ones can spawn anywhere on the map at any point. Those envenomed ones seem to be situational to shortly after completing a surge event. I was flying around for an hour or so the other day doing herbing and mining, and I didn't see one of those envenomed shroud and envenomed nodes anywhere at all ever. But I also wasn't completing the activities while I was doing it, and there was nobody else here. But that's probably why. Are the coins warband transferable? I think they are, yes. Zones, coin, transferable, yes. Okay, well that's good to know. That mostly solves one of my last remaining questions, which where the flipping hell does this stuff come from? But now we know. More importantly, I now know that it's not like time gated or locked behind certain content. It's simply get out here, do the events, and then hunt for the venom node. Oh! Do we think we're still within the radius to where these can spawn? There's another one, look. Oh, actually, can I overload it? What happens when we overload it? Oh, it's not considered an overloadable node. Now, what happens if I move? Okay, it cancels it if I move. And if it doesn't get to 0, I don't get anything. But then, can I mine it again to start it again? I can. So you just have to, like, not move. And then once you've extracted all the venom from it, it turns into a mini fountain of goo. Which you then just run over the nodes. I should point out you don't need to be under them like you do with the motes of light. You can just run through them. And once again, 15, 16 from a single node. Now, I still think that we're quite close to where that event finished. Another one there, look. Envenomated Tranquility Bloom. Let's do a herb as well. Okay, well that's how these work then. It's pretty straightforward, isn't it? I assume they think tons of people will be trying to do them at once. Well, that's an interesting question. What will happen when multiple druids are all tapping the same node at the same time? Will the number tick down faster? Are you going to have 8-box druids completing those in seconds? And are these multi-tap? Or is it going to be a free-for-all on these? Are these server-side or are these client-side? But there's a bunch of them. Ain't gonna lie, if these aren't worth a lot, if these end up not being worth a lot, people aren't gonna fuck about waiting here for, what is it, 25 seconds? 25-second countdown before you can start getting your loot. You actually, as a herb miner, you take that into consideration. That's 25 seconds of you not doing a lot. That's 25 seconds of you not flying somewhere else. Now, of course, day one, these will be pricey. About 10 minutes at least, anyway. Unbuild tin, envelop tranquility bloom. Okay. Well, that's relatively straightforward enough. Flip. Oh, I tell you what, 25. Yeah, this is the thing. There'll be a 25-second wait timer on each one. Ugh. I'd also point out it knocks you out of flight form as well when you start casting. Which isn't really a biggie, but... if it is to be a certain radius, I wonder how far the radius goes. Because the event was down on this corner. Oh. It doesn't knock you out of combat for herbs. But it does knock you out of combat on the out of flight form for the ore nodes. Have I not put points into the mining tree? Or is it just a weird interaction? I might put this down to just a weird interaction. Okay. Right, well, either way, I'm kind of glad that I'm kind of glad that that mini mystery is solved. We found out a couple of things today. We found out that the gathering node for coins works, but you're still going to make more coins faster by farming the coins in a group. You're not going to make these particularly faster via herbing and mining, but the fact that you make them at all is kind of cool, sure. And secondly, we figured out how the neutralized venom clots work. And there's part of me that's actually really kind of glad that this isn't tied to the flipping fishing thing. I thought for a while that the new fishing rod might be the way that you get them, because that talks about venom and neutralizing it.
The spirits grow restless. Go give them some competition.
Yeah. The fishing thing is
I need to know I'm
nicely
sending my troops
standalone.
somewhere safe.
Look, I can mine normal nodes without coming out of flight form. But if I do it on one of the enshrouded ones, it seems to ignore the fact that I have the talent point for it, which is weird, but...
I have great-grandchildren older than you.
The only things I can't buy now are either things I don't have the profession for. I have cooking on this character. Yeah, it requires Bloodsworn crew to get the new fishing rod. Okay, well, I'll do a few more daily quests, maybe, between now and the launch to try and get this a little ahead of time, just to see what it's about, but now that I know it's not the thing that holds the ticket to getting these, I actually am not bothered by this all that much. Okay, cool. I will endeavor to update
Oh, my back is killing me.
update the survival guide. I will update the survival guide. Where's the button to open and close that? Where's the button to open, close that? View. I don't know, whatever. I'll update that. And yeah, I'm going to call it there. I'm hungry. I'm well hungry. I've ended up streaming for a lot longer than I expected to today. I'm hungry. Boys and girls, thank you for going on this adventure with me today. We found out a few things. Answered a few questions, which in my mind makes it time well spent. We now know how and where we get the new materials and all the new recipes and all that sort of good stuff. So it's all good. It's all good. Chat. Hit that follow button if you haven't already. Come say hi on the Discord if you're not there already. If you've sat through an ad today, if you've subbed, if you've engaged in conversation, or even if you've just lurked and enjoyed yourself. Thank you very much. I appreciate you all. Have a wonderful rest of your day, and I'll catch you all next time. Peace. Oh, and thanks to Goldston for the raid. Appreciate it.